Logo berhenti.
Opening ceremony of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2022 is about to start. Please take your seats and be reminded to put your phones into silent mode. The International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science, in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2022, is held by Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, in collaboration with M.Sc Academy, India, Kongu Engineering College, India, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Veteran Bangun Nusantara Sukoharjo, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Jana Badra, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Gunung Rinjani, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Wiralodra Indramayu, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati Cirebon, Faculty of Economics, Universitas PGRI Madiun, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Patompo Makassar. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat as the opening ceremony will commence shortly. Allow me to extend our warmest greeting to our eminent speakers and guests. Vice Rector of Planning and Collaboration, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Profesor Dr. Siswantoyo, M.Sc. Dean of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dr. Siswanto, M.Ph.D. Vice Dean of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Excellencies, today's speakers, distinguished guests, heads and boards of study departments, lecturers of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and also we would like to welcome all of the presenters and participants of the seminar. Good morning. Welcome to Ballroom Werkudara at the Avion Hotel for the opening ceremony of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2022. Hosted in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, this conference is presented by the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, with the selected theme, New Concept of Education and Business, Challenges for Academicians and Practitioners, as a response to the emerging global issues we are facing right now. I'm Yolanda Ruseptiana, and I feel honored to be your host today. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of our opening ceremony, we will sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. We would like you to request you to all rises. Thank you. You may be seated now. Ladies and gentlemen, on this stage, we are going to present our welcome gesture to you all. Sekar Pudiastuti is performed by students. The Sekar Pudiastuti dance is a form of female dance in Yogyakarta style. This dance is presented as an expression of a request for safety and fertility. Sekar Pudiastuti dance describe about gratitude and expression of joy. This dance shows the exposure of a teenage girl who is growing up and is sprinting. Please welcome the dance of Sekar Pudiastuti. Thank you, Miss Adin Ismi and Miss Cindy Astuti for the beautiful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining our conference. Again, we would like to welcome you to ICEBESS and ACoMC in collaboration with NSB Academy, India, Kongu Engineering College, India, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Veteran Bangun Nusantara Sukoharjo, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Jana Badra, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Gunung Rinjani, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Wiralodra, Indramayu. Faculty of Economics, Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Cirebon. Faculty of Economics, Universitas PGRI, Madiun. Faculty of Economics, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Faculty of Education, Universitas Patompo, Makassar. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving on, let me mention to you our agendas for today. First is the committee chairman report. Second is the welcoming speech by Dean of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Third is the opening speech by the Honorable Vice Rector of Planning and Collaboration, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Fourth is the plenary session by the keynote speakers. Fifth is the parallel session, and the last one will be the closing. Ladies and gentlemen, first agenda is the committee chairman report. We would like to invite Ms. Penny Rahmawati, M.Sc. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Rector of Planning and Collaboration, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Siswantoyo M.Kes, Dean of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dr. Siswanto M.Pd, our co-hosts from across Indonesia and India. In the name of the Allah, the most of beneficent and the most merciful, may peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon you. Dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the 9th International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the 5th Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2022. Moreover, I honorably welcome our invited speakers, Professor Ben Roy Do, Fujian Catholic University, Taiwan, Fitra Roman Cahaya, Ph.D., University of Essex, UK, and Mahendra Adhi Nugroho, Ph.D., Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri of Yogyakarta, with its commitment to help this annual event, is hoping that the 9th International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science, in conjunction with the 5th Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2022, would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for academicians, researchers, and practitioners to share thought and ideas regarding to the recent issues related to management, information technology, and globalist impact on economics and business education. The previous conference section 2021 facilitated scholars to discuss the emerging issues around surviving COVID-19 pandemic and the case of education and business strategy. It has an impressive record of attendance and has attractive numerous international presenters and participants. The attendees benefit enormously from the lively discussion and presentation section conducted during the conference. Many ideas have been shared, brainstormed in the meeting. 2 years after COVID-19 pandemic hit us hard, many things have changed to adapt to the never-ending changes. Business and education are two the aspects affected by pandemic. The 9th International Conference of Ethics and Business, Economic and Social Science, in conjunction with the 5th Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2022, will facilitate scholars and practitioners to discuss the new challenges on business and education. This year, we have 12 co-hosts from various universities in Indonesia as well as India. We cannot thank enough to our co-hosts for their never-ending support to bring this event today. Today, in total, we have 75 articles from ICEBESS and 45 from ACoMC. All articles have been reviewed and we believe will allow us to have a fruitful discussion throughout the day. Last but not least, my deep gratitude goes to Advisory Board, Organizing Committee, co-hosts, and volunteers who have directly and indirectly supported the success of this international conference. The committee have organized a vibrant scientific program and is working hard to present highly respected and international notorious speakers to lead it. Although we try our finest to be professional, on behalf of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, please accept our sincere apologies should there be inconvenience that occur before, during, or after this event. I wish you a very productive conference with exciting and encouraging discussion and exchange of knowledge so that together we can anticipate of a future of groundbreaking knowledge, research, and technology for economics and business education. May God bless us all with good health to make this event a successful and enjoyable one. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Penny Rahmawati, M.Sc, for the report. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on the speech segment that is going to be started with a welcome speech. We would like to invite Dean of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dr. Siswanto, M.Ph.D. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, represented Vice Rector for Planning and Collaboration, Professor Dr. Siswanto M.Sc, Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Vice Dean, Head of Division of the Faculty of Economy, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, lecturer, and the International Seminar Committee, distinguished guest speakers, Mr. Benroitu, Ph.D. from Fujian Catholic University, Taiwan, Bapak Mahendra Adhi Nugroho, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Mr. Fitra Romanjaya, Ph.D. from the University of Essex, United Kingdom, and all respected international seminar participants. It is my great pleasure to be here, to be part of this remarkable event in our faculty, and particularly to give a few words to open this international seminar. Welcome to this very special occasion. Let me, first of all, extend it to everyone here my warmest greeting and heartfelt welcome to this important occasion. I'd like also to thank all four participants in this international conference of ethics on business, economic and social science, ICEBESS, in conjunction with the annual conference of management challenges, ACoMC. The topic of the seminar is new concept of education and business, challenges for Academician and particularly. It has been 2 years since the world has been in pandemic COVID-19, which has so many impacts on all aspects of life, include education. There have been major changes in education planning and implementation that need more attention. Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, as an education institution, is committed to addressing this problem. It is considering the facts and this international seminar itself. In short, the purpose of this seminar is to identify the challenges and problems of education and business, both as theory and practice, to explore some concept or theory of education and business which are appropriate to individual and social development, and to formulate concept of education and business that can be used as foundation and developing theory and practice education and business. It is hoped that seminar will be able to serve as a platform for future research and teaching collaboration among the participants. I'd like again to thank you all for participating in this international seminar. Thank you to the International Seminar Committee. Thank you Vice Rector for planning and collaborating, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Siswanto M.Sc, for your attention and willingness to give welcome speak and to officially open today's seminar. I would like to conclude my speak by wishing you all successful international seminar. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Siswanto, for the welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we would like to welcome the Vice Rector of Planning and Collaboration, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, to give an opening speech and also officially open today's seminar. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Siswanto M.Sc. The time is yours.
Thank you, Master Simone. Honorable Dean Economic Faculty Economic UNY, Associate Professor Dr. Siswanto, Vice Dean, and all team for collaboration conference ICEBESS and ACoMC. The Honorable all speakers, Professor Ben Roydu, Ph.D. from Fujian Catholic University, and Associate Professor Mahendra Adhi Nugroho. So the third speaker, Associate Professor Fitra Roman Cahaya, Ph.D. from University of Essex. The Honorable co-host from University of India and US Taman Siswa, Universitas UCB, Rinjani, Wiralutya, Surabaya, and from Cirebon, Madiun, Uniksa, and Patompo. So, to all presenters and participants, warm regard from my rector, Professor Sumaryanto M.Sc, and all leader to you. Good morning, Sugeng Enjang, Sugeng Rawu. Welcome to Yogyakarta State University. Today is a significant conference which topic, a new concept of education and business. Challenges for academicians and practitioners. This issue is very futuristic topic to answer developing in the world. We hope to all participants with your opportunity to join this conference. We can hope many activities, many collaboration with all participants and UNY. We can direct more activities and many programs. So you can learn, I will talk to you. Yogyakarta State University now have 7 faculty. From Faculty of Education, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty Mathematics and Science, Faculty of Sports Science Faculty, Faculty Language and Arts, so Faculty of Economic. Today have one activities for conference. So welcome to Yogyakarta. Thank you very much with presenter and all speaker. Today you can share experience and result of the research to make a changing and challenging to develop economic science. And then please join this conference. You can take important information from this conference and maybe will make you success and more be happy. And then we hope after this conference, not only finish at this meeting, but all participants, all presenters can do to continue with another presenter, with collaboration with another universities, collaborate in this moment. And the end, with praying together, we hope this conference can be success, and we all say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. International Conference ICEBESS and ACoMC with the topic New Concept of Education and Business Challenge for Academician and Practitioner. We will open. Thank you and good luck for this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Siswantoyo M.Sc. The International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science, in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2022, is now officially opened. Ladies and gentlemen, for photo session, please turn on your camera to take a picture together. Mr. Fadli, please you can take a picture. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will share our videos. We please enjoy the following videos.
Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good, get better, be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. By others. Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. It will be found in fighting for what you believe in. come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. You wish to see in the world. Life isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. The meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. We understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Surrounding environment. And I will create my own future. Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future.
NSB offers distinct management courses, offering students the advantage of dual certification. The MBA is awarded by Bangalore University, which is UGC recognized and a NAC A graded.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as for the first plenary session, we will have 3 keynote speeches from 3 speakers. First, Ben Roitu, Ph.D. from Fujian Catholic University, Taiwan. Mahendra Adhi Nugroho, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Fitra Cahaya, Ph.D. from University of Essex, United Kingdom. This session will be guided by our moderator. She is a lecturer from Department of Management. Ms. Arum Darmawati, MM, has research interests in human resources and organizational behavior. Now she is a PhD candidate in human resources. We would like to invite Ms. Arum Darmawati MM. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Yolanda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the plenary session of the International Conference of Ethics and Business and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference on Management Challenges 2022, organized by the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. My name is Arum Darmawati, and I'll be serving as your moderator for this session. In this occasion, we are going to have an opportunity to enrich our insight and knowledge by listening to our prominent speakers regarding to the theme of the seminar, New Concept of Education and Business, Challenges for Academicians and Practitioners. As we all know that for more than 2.5 years, we have been facing the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe it changed the way we deal with our lives, especially we as academicians and also as practitioners. It's quite challenging. Although the situation is starting to be under control, the World Health Organization haven't made any statement about the status of the COVID-19 pandemic. But we do believe that the world is now preparing to face the post-pandemic stage, also known as the new normal era. In this conference, we are going to discuss more about preparing to face the post-pandemic stage through the issues of management challenges, information technology, and global risk impact on economics, business, and education. And to explore more about the topic, we have invited 3 prominent speakers for our plenary sessions today. Our first speaker is Ben Roy Tu, Ph.D. from Fujian Catholic University, Taiwan. The second speaker is Mahendra Adhi Nugroho, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. And our third speaker is Fitra Cahaya, Ph.D. from University of Essex, United Kingdom. Before we start the sessions, I would like to inform to all the participants that we will divide these sessions into 3 subsessions, each of them for 45 minutes, with 30 minutes of presentations and 15 minutes of Q&A sessions. To all the participants, if you have any questions during the presentations, please type them into the chat box and I will bring them up in the Q&A sessions. Or if you want to share your beautiful voice later on, you can ask directly to the speakers by clicking the raise hand features during the Q&A sessions. Okay, let's start the sessions. For the first, we will have Ben Roy Tu, Ph.D. Good morning, Dr. Ben. Hello, good morning. Dr. Ben, are you here? Okay, maybe while waiting for Dr. Ben, I would like to briefly introduce Dr. Ben. Ben Roy Tu, Ph.D. is an assistant professor at Department of Psychology, Fujian Catholic University, Taiwan. He achieved his bachelor degree in psychology from National Taiwan University, master in organizational psychology from Columbia University Teachers College, and Ph.D. in Industrial Organizational Psychology from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. His research interests include organizational behavior, human resource management, technology and the workplace, consumer psychology, and psychometrics. His research track record has been demonstrated by winning and successfully delivering several research grants from funding agencies, both inside and outside the university. He has published numerous papers in referred academic journals and conference proceedings, and won best papers in many conference presentations that he has attended. He also served as an editorial board and reviewer to some reputable journals, such as Research in Applied Psychology, Management and Economics journals, Asia Pacific Journal of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Asia Pacific Journal of Marketing and Logistics, Society for Industrial and Organizational Psychology, Chinese Management Studies, Current Psychology, and many more. His experience also includes collaborating with several organizations, both inside and outside of Taiwan, such as India, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, UK, and USA. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Ben Roy to Ph.D. He will deliver a paper entitled The Challenge of Digital Transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ben.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Good. You can
Glad
hear
to
me.
have you here.
Thank you for inviting me. I probably should turn off my speaker. Is there an echo you are hearing?
Excuse me?
Is there an echo?
No.
Maybe I should just turn off my speaker. Okay, then that should work. Okay, I apologize for the technical difficulties because I didn't know how to change my background in computer, but my smartphone was able to change, so that's why you are probably seeing two of me because I cannot transfer the picture to my desktop. So thank you for inviting me to participate in your wonderful conference. And since we are facing a lot of challenges today, whether in education or in business situation, today I would like to introduce a new topic that is about digital transformation. And hold on. So I will briefly introduce myself and then talk about what is digital transformation. And I will talk about 3 possible applications on digital transformation with regard to financial technology, marketing technology, and human resources technology. And then I will present the challenge of digital transformation, which I believe that by using design thinking as well as customer experience management will be a possible answer to address the challenge of digital transformation. And finally, I will provide an example about SAP, who developed this software as a service platform called SuccessFactors that can be applied in the HR tech situation. And I believe you have heard about my introduction, so I'm going to skip these slides quickly. You can see that although my background is in psychology, but I also have experience in business administration and education. So what is digital transformation? Digital transformation is application of digital capabilities to processes, products, and assets to improve efficiency. For example, the main idea is to enhance customer value. And this customer can mean a lot of things. Generally speaking, it will be about the consumer who utilize the financial products or who buys something as a regular consumer. But in HR, our customer or our consumers are the employees. And so it is important to let employees to have good experience about using your service in HR. And certainly digital transformation can be used to manage risk as well as uncover new monetization opportunities. Well, this definition is awfully long. So if you want to have a shorter definition, we can just define digital transformation as transformation driven by digital technologies. And you know that we are facing with all kinds of digital technologies around us. So I'm going to show a brief video. I hope that it will work. Can you see the video? Probably no sound around.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So here is the definition in application of digital transformation.
Oh. Does the video has any voice, any sound? We cannot hear the sound. Professor Excuse me, Dr. Ben.
Okay, so by now you should be aware that in the video you can hear the term, the acronym CRM, which stands for Customer Relationship Management. That does not mean that when you do that, you are doing digital transformation, because CRM primarily goes from the organizational side to look at their customers or employees. But when we talk about customer experience, that is the opposite way. That is from the customer or the employee side to look at the organization. So like I said, I will introduce you three types of digital transformation application. The first one is on fintech. And we can define fintech as using new technology to compete with traditional financial methods in the delivery of financial services. And this day, using smartphone is like a day-to-day basis. So we have these ABCDs of fintech. That stands for artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud computing, and big data. And these are the 4 key areas that has already been developed in the fintech technology. So for example, maybe some of you have already utilized this peer-to-peer lending approach that is no longer the same as the good old ways of making loans, go to a bank, and then waiting for credit review, and then finally get the funds. In peer-to-peer lending, you can directly obtain funds through the platform, and people can lend you directly, and even though it may be higher or lower interest rate, but that's a lot more convenient for borrowers to obtain their funds. And that's an example of fintech. I'm going to skip this video to go on next application. So the next application is about marketing technology, or short for MarTech. And it's a set of software solutions used by marketing leaders to support mission-critical business objectives and drive innovation with their organizations. You can see that the main idea about MarTech is to focus on the content. What kind of content you can deliver to consumers such that they can benefit more by interacting with the store or the brand, etc. So the main idea about MarTech is to increase customer experience. And usually you can do that through advertising, direct marketing, or marketing management. And one example of MarTech is location-based service in proximity marketing. In other words, let's say if you go to a personalized store, like the X store in Taiwan. Now we have about 6 or 7 this kind of store in Taiwan. 7-Eleven chain in Taiwan called this is the future convenience store. And if you have ever been to Taiwan, you know that there are just a lot of convenience stores around every corner in the city area. We have the largest concentration of convenience stores in the world, more than Japan. And here is a new store they opened, and let's take a look at this introductory video. So since this is their 6th store, so you can see that they collaborate with
Excuse me, Dr. Ben. Excuse me, Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben, excuse me. We cannot hear the voice of the video. The sound, we cannot hear anything.
Okay, no video from, okay, no audio from the video.
Oh.
Okay, then I think I'm going to skip this video. But HiBob is one of the examples that can be used as a solution for a lot of HR tasks. So I'm going to present two possible solutions to the challenge of digital transformation. The first one is design thinking. Design thinking is a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit to integrate the needs of people, the possibilities of technology, and the requirement for business success. So usually we consider that there are 5 possible things you can do through design thinking. The first one is emphasize. So that means you need to be aware about the user's needs. The user can be just a regular consumer or employees. And it is an iterative process. So that means that it's not linear, that you just simply go from emphasize, define, idea, prototype, and test. But instead, you may have to go back and forth. So once you have aware of the needs of your customers, then you can try to figure out some possible situation. And the situation, usually it is about ill-defined or unknown situation. So that means that there is no single one solution to an existing problem, but instead there are a lot of possibilities you can do. So for example, usually when we start a design thinking workshop, we will start with the marshmallow challenge. And so that means that the
Suaranya. Di Zoom ada nggak suaranya? Dr. Ben, we lost your voice here. We cannot hear you, Dr. Ben. Excuse me. Dr. Ben, we cannot hear you and the video. Dr. Ben, can you hear me?
Itu Dr. Pak Indra bisa hear.
Can't maksudnya. Dr. Ben, we can hear your voice. Yes. We lost your voice here.
Okay, so do we have voice now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, good. Sorry, I don't know how many minutes I was talking to myself without realizing that my microphone was mute.
Okay, it's okay.
But I think I will still continue because most of my talk content is already on the slides. And so you can see that eventually you want your customer journey to end with loyalty. That means they will continue using the service again and again and be satisfied and coming back. So in fintech, it is possible that you have to think about who are your customers first. So in this example, you can see that there may be three possible customers. I believe most of you may be in the digital native, that you grow up with the age of computers and internet and smartphones. So that means you want to be able to surf the web as well as do everything on the internet. But on the other hand, you may have customers who are senior citizens. So surfing on the web is a relative new thing for them. I still remember about maybe not 10 years ago when I visiting Indonesia for the first time. Most of you were not using smartphones, still using the traditional cell phones. But these days, it's very likely that most of you have switched to smartphone because that means you can just do a lot of things on the smartphone. And these days, it's also likely that you can work as a gig workers. That means you have more than one job. So here you can see that there are three different types of customer satisfaction. Even though you still need to provide consistent service with regard to onboarding as a consumer, know your customer, and try to obtain loyalty and other financial purposes to meet your customers' needs. So you can see that by segmenting customer into different segmentations, you can figure out the needs for each segmentation. With regard to MarTech, you can utilize digital experience journey. Just like when you enter a physical store, you may start to see something as a digital signage. And again, you can see that you need to have a customer's profile to begin with on the upper left-hand side. And so you interact with the consumer through social media or websites. And then if you walk into that physical store, the interaction, for example, whether there is enough information provided about the products. I think Amazon is a good place to take a look at because they not only allow consumers to provide reviews about the product they purchase, as well as some possible solutions or customer experience. So for example, maybe a consumer has some difficulty about using the product. And so, or maybe it's before the purchasing decision has been made. And if you post that right underneath the products, and it's very likely that someone, whether it is from the vendor who manufactured the product or from consumer who has utilized the product before, to show you some tricks about how to make the product work. And I think this interaction is really important, whether you have now purchased the product or whether you are already using the product. And this kind of digital interaction or experience is not something able to obtain in a physical store. And I think this is the trend for the future. And with regard to HR, you can see that whether you are going to deal with recruiting or onboarding or just simply doing your job or performance feedback, and eventually what is your career path, that is also a customer journey, even though you can probably call it employee journey. And HR tech is obviously something that can be utilized through digital transformation. And SAP SuccessFactors is one example who utilized the design thinking process and trying to reduce the complexity of HR interaction and increase the effectiveness and creating solutions. And they eventually have 13 modules about their HR tech application. So everything will have to go through an employee portal to begin with, but then you can determine what kind of tasks you want to do in the application. Hold on, let me get it here. It's cross-platform. So that means whether you are using a desktop, laptop, or smartphone, you are able to access the SuccessFactors platform to obtain information about your employees. And the idea is you want your employees to continue, go back and use the service. So you can see that on the upper left-hand side, you are the person, and you can check a lot of things, such as a timesheet. And it's not just a record. You can use this system for recruitment and then provide the onboarding service. And since you may have a lot of new hires, so you may check their progress, their hiring progress, as well as their learning progress. And you can also provide feedback towards your employees. And as an HR professional, you may have a lot of tasks, so you can check the progress of your tasks. And you may know that SAP is famous for its ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning software. But this ERP is gradually transformed into an assist like this. That means that you have a visualization of all of your in a like this. And you can track progress not just on manufacturing side or financial side, but also in this case on the HR side. And you can also provide HR forecasts or planning as well as succession plans such that you will have some idea about where your organization as well as your people are going to be in the near future. Since I'm almost running out of time, so I'm going to sum up and conclude with the idea about digital transformation. So the main idea here is it used to be that it will be great if you can utilize technology to do something for help us, whether in finance or in marketing or in HR. But these days, using technology is a must. It is essential to survival because if you are not using using it, but other organizations are using it, then they will have a competitive advantage to do that. So by transitioning from HR technology to work tech, the important key idea is employee experience and talent intelligence is a new core. So that means whether you are running a business or just, trying to maintain day-to-day operation in education field, it is important to have good customer experience. And using a customer experience journey map is one possibility. But before you can create the map, you should do design thinking workshop to emphasize your customers. Will try to think and build some possible prototypes and test it. If you are able to do design thinking as well as customer experience management, then it's more likely that your digital transformation will be smooth and be beneficial for your customers. And that's my talk. I think I have 15 minutes to allow for Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ben, for the insightful presentations. If I can highlight a little bit, Dr. Ben mentioned about digital transformation that is driven by digital technologies and the application of digital transformation on finance, marketing, and also human resources, which create challenges for design thinking, a human-centered approach to innovation, and also consumer experience management, which defines what a company looks like to the customer. Okay, it looks like we already have a few questions in the chat box. I will read it for you. The first is from Ms. Yeni. She asks, does it mean that digital transformation is for all business types? What about local size business, the small, medium enterprises one? And then the second question is from Ms. Judith. She asked about, regarding to the HR technology, nowadays most of the companies manage their human resource through human resource information system. So as a lecturer, we need to introduce human resource information system to the students. The question is, if we want to develop human resource information system for the students to learn, what should we ask for advice from practitioners or academicians in the field of human resource? And the second question is, what kind of features that should include in the human resource information system module? Maybe two questions.
Let me address the first one with regard to whether local business or small to medium-sized enterprises should do digital transformation or not. I know that there is limited funding or budget available to do the transformation. So it's very unlikely that you will be able to buy SAP SuccessFactors, for example. But I think you can start by using some independent apps such as HiBob to try to see whether that can help your process in HR to run smoothly. And I believe gradually, if there are more and more organizations utilizing apps, so that means the price, the cost will be getting lower, and it's also possible that there may be localized vendors to provide the service. And usually these things, because they run on software as a service platform, so that means that there is no huge upfront cost for organizations. So they can start a subscription within a year or so, and then evaluate whether that app is able to reduce the bottleneck and make the HR processes to run smoothly. But I think automatization is a must. And with regard to the second question, I think the idea is we are not just thinking about a single human resource information system. Yes, the data is still over there, but we need to figure out how to utilize the data to make business decisions. So that's why that when we talk about transformation, it's important to think about your customers. And here, if you are in HR, employees are your customer. So certainly you can ask practitioner with regard to what has been done in the digital transformation in HR. But I think you have to focusing on your employees' needs first, and then try to see which vendors or which suppliers are able to address the need of your employees. And if outside vendor cannot do that for you, then try to see whether you are able to build that in-house. But like I say, that customer experience is important. So you definitely need to talk to your employees about their needs as well as the organization's needs, such that you may have a good application to address your needs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. We have another question from Mr. Adhi. It's very interesting to see 7-Eleven going through such an extraordinary digital transformation. I believe it will change consumer behavior. I would like to know how the reaction and acceptance of this model in Taiwan. Is the digitalization acceptable to customer? Can it increase the 7-Eleven revenue?
That's a wonderful question because 7-Eleven has done a lot of experiments with this personalized store. The first one, they have two separate stores. One is a traditional convenience store, and another is one block from the traditional convenience store near the 7-Eleven headquarters in Taipei. And actually, the experiment was not very successful because most people or the employees still prefer to go to the one with a live person as opposed to no person over there as well. Just similar to the store number 4 I was talking about, that most people will go to the one with cashier or clerk as opposed to the one without any employees working over there. But I think it's, the main idea about this is that is the future. And you have to do a lot of trial and error in order to obtain new information. So for example, in the first X store, they did not have that co-branding opportunities. But on the fourth store I visited, they co-brand with Sanrio, who has a lot of intellectual property characters such as Hello Kitty. And that gained fame and popularity about consumers. But the consumers still prefer to go to the traditional side as well as the more advanced technology side. And that may have something to do with Taiwanese in particular, because Taiwanese are not familiar with the idea of self-checkout, even though the program is already been running more than 10 years, probably like 20 years ago when I was still in the US. I prefer to utilize self-checkout service as opposed to using a live person for checkout, because my speed is a lot faster than the employee. And in the US, we also put the stuff into the grocery bags by ourselves. So that means we can choose from plastic grocery bags or paper bags. And personally, I like paper bags a lot better because that means I am not using it for a single time. And paper bags are a lot more stronger to be able to hold a lot more stuff. But in Taiwan, you have to buy grocery bags. And so that means that you will change the behavior of consumers. So that means that it's easier for the cashier to do the service for you and then put your stuff into your own grocery bag, as opposed to you have to be quite busy to scan the item and then put into the grocery bag directly. You only have 2 hands, and there is no good place for the grocery bag, your own grocery bag, to be placed on a hanger such that the opening is available for you to put the stuff in. So I think that made a huge difference with regard to the utilization of self-service kiosks in that case. My last visit to Indonesia, I believe that you don't need to bring your own grocery bags to do that. So I think that will make the influence of technology a lot easier. So I think that is a Taiwanese thing, that there is still not a lot of people using the X store. That's why they are trying to figure out ways to encourage consumers to use that. Probably because in Taiwan, it's just way too convenient. So for example, we do not have a high penetration rate of the third-party payment system. That means contactless transaction. Here, many people in Taiwan still prefers to use money bills to do the transaction because convenience stores are around the corner and you can easily get money through those ATMs. But in many parts of the world, that's not the case. Convenience stores are not around the corner, and it will be a lot easier to transfer money directly through apps. So I think each solution has to be localized. And that's why 7-Eleven in Taiwan is doing kind of experiment with regard to the use of personless store. But I believe that eventually they will figure out a good solution with regard to what items should be placed in the X store. Because to me, X store is just like a huge vending machine. So if you are pretty sure about what you are going to get, then buying through vending machines or X store will be a lot faster than go through a cashier. Because a cashier need to deal with a lot of things. Not necessarily that he or she will be staying at the post, because a convenience store is usually run by 2 or 3 employees. So they will have to stock up the items, they will need to do the toilet cleaning, they will also need to assist in Xerox machine, fax machine, or brew coffee, or other handling ice cream, for example. So obviously, even though the line is not going to be long, but obviously it will take more time. So if the items in the X store will allow consumers to get the item quickly and easily, just like vending machines, then I believe that more people will be using the X store in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ben. We have 2 more questions. The third is from Intan Aziza. She asked about what kind of technology should the new company use to turn maybe a CV, commandeer vendorship, into a public company. I believe that what Mbak Intan mentioned. Okay, and then the last question is from Afrida. Ms. Afrida asked about how to apply digital transformation for micro and small medium enterprises, especially ERP.
Okay, the first question is about the IPO, initial public offering. Sometimes you do need to think about whether you want to do that. Usually you do IPO because you want to obtain additional funding from the general public. But when you do that, that means you have to disclose a lot of information. And if your products or services is not patented, that means your intellectual property is not protected, then by going through the IPO, that means that you have to disclose your almost everything. Then that's probably not a good thing. So that's why before IPO, you do need to do a examination or count about what kind of development you have may be patented. And in Taiwan, a patent can be what's the so-called new type versus new invention. And new invention is difficult to obtain, but that will protect you for a longer period of time. So that's why many organizations in Taiwan prefer the new type, because as long as you can get a new solution to an existing problem. Whether it is an invention or not is not the primary concern. So for example, maybe you have developed a lot of things to by modifying the existing procedure. So for example, in Taiwan, we have this company that deal with smart farms. So that means you grow vegetables indoors. And obviously, you need to think about what kind of ingredients to put your food for those vegetables to drink. That ingredient can be patented. But once you patent it, that means your competitor will know that what kind of ingredient, even though they do not know the exact percentage or exact combinations, but that can be copied. But for another example will be, since you have to use those LED lights to help vegetable growth, and different vegetables will have their own preferred wavelengths of the infrared or the artificial sun. And so if you IPO it, then that means that you may have to disclose that information. And so in that case, the company will not go for public to ask for funds, but instead asking their stockholders to put more money in it. And over the years, they have obtained some fruitful solutions. So for example, they have not only a warehouse in Taiwan, but also a huge factory in China and in Vatican and in Denmark. And this vertical farm can generate a lot of productions in a single day. I believe it is 15 tons per day, and it does not need to occupy a huge space. So I think in this example that they are not going to go to IPO, even though they are very profitable. But if you go to public IPO, that means you have to disclose such as your margin, your profitability. And so I think before going to public, there is a lot of things to consider. And with regard to the second question, what can small or medium-sized enterprises do? Just like I have mentioned before, that I think to start using some trial or demos from smaller vendors and try to see whether they are able to address your concerns. That will be the beginning. And gradually, since you still have the ERP to maintain your database, so the main idea will be about how you can obtain data to make meaningful and insightful decisions about your business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe that we still have questions or issues to discuss, but unfortunately, we are running out of time for the first session, so I have to close the Q&A sessions. I think this is the end of the first session, but before that, maybe I would like to summarize our discussion, just like what Dr. Ben mentioned from birth in 2021, that digital transformation by HR technology is moving from good to have to essential to survival, and that employee experience and talent intelligence is the new core that we need to learn. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ben, for giving us insightful knowledge. As an appreciation, the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta would like to give certificate of appreciation to you for being our speaker in this conference.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much once again. Hope to see you at the next event.
Sure.
Yes. Now we would like to continue to the second session, and we will have Mahendra Adhi Nugroho, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. To Dr. Mahendra, please come forward.
Oh, pakai mic ini.
Sorry.
Share screen and unmute for Dr. Mahendra, please, for the committee.
Pakai ini aja.
Murup yo.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Mahendra.
Morning.
How are you?
I think it's a great opportunity to sit in front of you all.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Very glad to have you here in this room.
Okay.
Okay, before Dr. Mahendra start his presentation, allow me to briefly introduce him.
Feedback, I think. So, like this.
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. Mahendra Adhi Nugroho, Ph.D. is an assistant professor from Department of Accounting, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. He gains his bachelor degree from Universitas Islam Indonesia, master degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and Ph.D. from University of Malaya, Malaysia. His research interest includes information system adoption, business information system, informational system, and performance relationship. His research track record has been demonstrated by winning and successfully delivering several research grants. With more than 15 years experience in teaching and research, he has published more than 40 papers in referred academic journals and conference proceedings. He also served as a chief of editor in Journal Economia, editorial board member of Studies in Education Management and Frontiers in Psychology, and Journal Ilmiah Rinjani. He is also a reviewer in some reputable journals, including Journal of Small Business and Enterprises Development, Architectural Engineering and Design Management, Journal of Small Business Management, Review for Psychology Research and Behavior Management, and many more. He has an experience as a speaker in some training courses such as entrepreneurship training, basic e-learning training for economics teachers high school, and he was the former expert staff of the Vice Chancellor for Finance of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and also the former head of Accounting Study Department of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. And currently now he is the Scientific Journal Coordinator in Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Mahendra, and he will deliver a presentation entitled COVID-19, the Game Changer. To Dr. Mahendra, for the next 30 minutes, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Arum. He is a very great lecturer. So, I'm sorry, she is, thank you for the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. For the next 30 minutes, I just want to share what I did in the last years and previous years. I will share some research and a little bit insight. I believe all of you had already knew the COVID-19 stroke and the stroke and from the December 2019 and will change everything, including in education issue. I will share some introduction video for you. This is happen. Oh, no voice. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Itu memang nggak penting suaranya. Metangnya apa ayo, diombe iklan lah. Now, from this video, you can see how the COVID-19 can strike and can change everything, including in education. So, when the COVID-19 begin and will change every single aspect of education itself. So, we can see that teachers try to learn how suddenly they should change their behavior in teaching and learning process. So when they try to teach with offline, they change to be online suddenly, and there is no time to learn before. So what's new in during the COVID-19 strike? This one. Is there any new policies in education? We can see after COVID-19, the government give several procedures, several protocols, how to change, how to do the activity indoor and outdoor, and what's new in the method of teaching and learning. It is new, any new method in teaching and learning, or still the same? I mean like this, when the COVID-19 strike come to our life, does our student and teacher change their method or just move the same method but in online? Is there any new in media? So I will show you the data. The impact on pandemic on financial sustainability of the institution. EAU Global Survey report in page 30 say that only 20% of the institution in the world, in the global survey, they believe they will be sustained and they will be get money and still can do the learning and teaching and learning process after pandemic, during pandemic. So, but 34%, they still worried about the continuity. That means if as institution, university, school, most of them, they do not believe that they can survive. So because the COVID-19 changed everything, changed the way they work, change the way they do the teaching and learning itself. So the next one, COVID-19 can make our teaching and learning, our educational system shifting to the digital. So 96% of institutions using an online learning nowadays. So before the COVID-19, they only used conventional one, but after that 96% they become the online. So 95% they use digital communication infrastructure to communicate. So the behavior of student and teacher changed day by day because of COVID. They try to use the digital channel to communicate with the students and their colleagues. So virtual exchange, collaborative of learning, 90% use collaborative learning, use online collaborative learning. But but all of the effort to use the online learning, only in 68% they use learning analytics, digital learning analytics. That means the institution itself doesn't have any readiness to adapt the sudden change to be the digital from conventional one to be the digital one. So how about the curriculum itself? From humanity studies, 77% they say that they can teach use distance learning. 77% of curriculum they can change to be the conventional one, offline, to become the distance learning. But in the business and administration, like Faculty of Economics and others, business studies, they say that only 1% the curriculum structure should do offline and only can conduct with offline one. That means the curriculum itself, they get ready to use the curriculum, get ready to become the digital and online curriculum. How about the teacher experiences? For me, it's very interesting fact that before the pandemic, globally, most of the teachers didn't have any experience in online learning. They should use the they just come in with offline learning, but suddenly they should adapt fast in the online learning, but in fact they don't have any experiences. That means teacher itself do not ready to use online platform itself. It's one. Only 70% of the teacher have experience. It's only experience, not expert. That means if you as a teacher and you have once experience teaching and online and learning, they include in this data only 70%. Only 17%, I mean, sorry. So what we thinking about the Academician itself? I conduct a bibliographic analysis using FastViewer, using Scopus database, which published in 2018 to 2023. Some of them are just future publication. In the field of social sciences, I just short with the 3 main keywords: online learning, online class, and online school. So what we get this one? Academicians tend to study about e-learning far before the pandemic itself. So the Academician itself is get ready from the change before change online to become a change for offline to online. But in 2019, most of the publication, academicians just interested to study about e-learning. In the top topic is e-learning, but the online learning has become go down. And 2020, as we know, the 2020 is the first wave of COVID. The popularity of study in e-learning still on the top. But after the and the key of the online learning suddenly increased dramatically. That means the online learning topics is becoming a very hot for academicians, for researchers. So in second wave of COVID in 2021, the online learning topic is still the second one after the COVID-19 itself. That means when people try to study e-learning and online learning, they try to relate with the COVID-19 issues. And it's still happening until now. So the trend is like this. So the e-learning topics is become increased and quite decreased in 2022, but the online learning terms become increased dramatically year by year. That means the academician researchers, the publication itself, looks the online learning become more sexy and sexier. So they use the term online learning more common in the research itself. This is my research before the pandemic in 2019. It's my research in 2018. The issue itself, talking about the mediation role of the use of e-learning. The use of e-learning and continuity. How the student and the teacher is try to how the student and teacher feel and can how the student and teacher tend to continue use e-learning. And the study before the COVID, that means the pandemic situation not include in this case. And the result itself, the satisfaction itself will make fully mediated the relationship between perceived value, the value of e-learning itself, and the usefulness, continuance. That means whatever you the use of e-learning itself will the satisfaction, the user satisfaction will make the e-learning continue and use continually. This is my second research before the pandemic. So I try to relate the usefulness of e-learning and the student performance itself. So when the teacher use e-learning as when the teacher use e-learning for the teaching and learning process, that will be increase the student performance itself. So I explored the two variables, perceived usefulness and ease of use, and the perception of the student, the usefulness of e-learning and the ease of use of the e-learning, the relation to the student performance itself. The result is still interesting for me. The usefulness and the ease of use will increase the student performance. That means the e-learning tool, as a media, it should be useful and ease of use. If the student find difficulties to use e-learning, it will make the student performance itself decrease. So it's the homework from the e-learning designer. They should make a learning useful and easy to use. This is my colleagues and me and I study during COVID. So it's talking about how the technology readiness and motivation can influence the student performance. We did a cross-national survey. That means we spread the online questionnaire across the Indonesia, 34 provinces, using university students, and we analyze using Smart PLS3, and the result is still interesting. Learning motivation, partially mediation. So the motivation itself only partial. The impact on the technology readiness and performance only partial. That means the next question: what are other factors to make the student performance increase itself? So the during COVID-19 studies in the context is online learning. So it's not blended, it's not offline. So the previous one, the context of the study is the offline learning. So the e-learning itself only one of the tool to help the learning and the whole learning and teaching process. And during COVID, the online learning is implemented, and the only way to deliver our materials is in online learning. So before the pre-COVID studies is talking about the before the offline and helped by the e-learning, but the during COVID is talking about the full online and the readiness, the student readiness, technology readiness. The result is interesting. The learning motivation only partial mediation. That means the technology readiness can directly influence the performance, student performance. So last week I did the sentiment analysis using Twitter sentiment analysis. I want to know how the netizen feels after the pandemic, after 2.5 year pandemics, and they always, as we know, the social media is spread over the world. So I conduct the sentiment analysis using lexicon analysis. I take the language in English, and I just retrieve the data using RStudio and take the last 1,000 tweets. I conducted last week, last Sunday. That means it's this current data, today's data. I use packets Twitter, Pressstack, and others, and in this analysis, I want to know how the netizen feel. To be exact, netizen feel. Actually, I want to know the student feel, but I cannot explore the student feel as long as the netizen not only the student. So it's the mix. So maybe the student, teacher, or just others. So I use the 6 keywords using the online learning, online class, online school, e-learning, back to school, and back to campus. I want to know their feeling about this term. So this is the result. When we run the script, the sentiment analysis, the result about the topic about the online learning, most often is feel joy, happy about the online learning. In the context online learning, only in the term online learnings, and only minor feel the fear, anger, sadness, and others. So when we explore the online class, the terminology online class, they still have the joy itself, and only small portion of surprise the joy itself. So when the topic discussed about the online class, most of the netizens feel the joy, happy. And the sentiment analysis about e-learning, still the same, the joy and happy. But when they're talking in the back to school, the emotion category is still dominant with the joy and happy. And back to campus, that means the college student, the enjoyment is increased. That means student, people, netizen, they're happy to come to school and come to campus to study again physically. But when we're talking about the online school, the joiners disappear. We can see the data, the dominant field of the netizen itself is become anger. It's very interesting for me. So when the discussion about the back to school, they're happy. The discussion about back to campus, they're happy. Online learning, they're happy. Online class, they're still happy. But when we're talking about the online school, they feel anger. What happened to that phenomena? So for the today and the next after COVID, what should we do in the learning and teaching process? Full online or hybrid? As we know, some of universities in the world try to conduct the hybrid learning. That means some of them doing learning and teaching process offline in the class, and some of them still online. I mean, in the same class, half of the students should be come to the class physically, and half of them can be conduct online. Some university make it mandatory, some university just make it voluntary. So, for me, it's very interesting. Why? I asked the student, my student, especially my student, I did the survey, last week I did the survey. When I asked them, how about your understanding after you join the offline class, and does your understanding increase, or you have the better understanding than the offline class? Most of them say yes, 90% they prefer to offline class. And I asked the same question from the same person when I asked them, are the offline class, if you join offline, are your understanding is still the same with the offline? They become confused. You can see the data. When I asked them about the online, I asked them, to be exact, the question is more or less like this. The question, are your understandings better if you join class offline? They say yes. But when I ask the same person, are your understanding better when you join online class? Well, you join an online when the half part, they still confused. That means this phenomena, this phenomena shows that they just prefer to the offline class. Actually, they just prefer the offline class. Why? The teacher present, and as human being, we meet each other, physically meet each other, will be make our feel more happy. It's proved by this one. When we're talking about the online school, they anger. But if you're talking about the back to school or back to campus, they still joy. That means the online class, the digital transformation or whatever, we use the technology itself, it's very useful. But we should remember, we're still a human being. We need interaction physically each other. That means we'll change everything. This one. So from the same survey, I used the survey and the hybrid learning implementation. So the half should be studied in offline and half online. So the result is like this. I try to explore how make the student performance increase. So I use the same techniques. I use the same PLS, using the smart PLS 3 to analyze this one. And here is the result. as we know, the service quality in the general, not only the teacher service quality, in the general, institution service quality, including the staff, teacher, and physical service quality, says that still make student have a better performance. So that means it's challenge to the institution itself, not only the teacher, not only the student, but the institution should increase their service quality. That means if your service quality, your institution service quality not increase or still on the worst condition, I believe the student itself, the student performance do not increase. That means your service as a teacher or as a staff will have a dominant, or we can tell it dominant, the strong influence to student performance. So, during hybrid situation, e-learning use still have significant influence to the performance, student performance. So, that means the student love to meet each other, discuss with each other, but they still want to have flexibility using e-learning. So they can learn everywhere, anywhere, without any boundaries, physical boundaries, but they still want a room to meet each other. So the student understanding about the teaching material will be increased if they can meet each other. So the last factors I try to the enjoyment. I try to explore the enjoyment, not motivation. Just enjoying the process in hybrid learning. It will be increase the student performance. That means if your student happy enough, their performance will increase. If your student not happy, who knows? Happy, increase. Not happy, I don't know. The result like this. In the context of hybrid learning. So the question is, hybrid learning solution or not for the future educational model? I believe the time will be answer the question, does hybrid learning will be good or not? As a solution for the new concept of education, or just our way out, because during the COVID we need time to adaptation. So, but the fact, the data shows, the data said that they love to join the offline one. Maybe because of the last 2 years, they only meet their friends and their teacher via screen. So they love to back to school and happy. So this is my last 3 slides. So what is the educational trend in post-COVID educational trends? So you can see in the phenomena, everything go online. Teaching and learning online. Service online. Even courses online. Even you can find university become online. Not only the teaching and learning process, they move everything to become online. The phenomena is you can find the phenomena surround you. So the next trend is e-learning. The e-learning is still the main character in education. The next one is online socialization. I mean like this, when you're searching on YouTube and other platforms, you always, you will find the condition that students try to socialize and make a campus orientation, introduce themselves online. they try to show everything is online. It's many advantages, but I believe there is many drawbacks too. This one is blended learning is blended learning a future alternative? Let's see. I believe it will become the part of the future, part of the alternative, but not only one. Since we can see in the phenomena, even the university become online, 100% online. So they do everything online, not only in teaching and learning. You can find in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and other countries. In Yogyakarta, you can see the Muhammadiyah. They make an online university, and Cyber University in Jakarta, if I'm not mistaken, they do online university, 100% online. It's our challenges. So what is the challenges? Teacher technology acquisition. For me, it's the most challenges part because become digital, 90% of issue of digitalization is in the person, in the human itself. So if you, in the human, so if you have an advanced tool, advanced teaching and learning tool, and the human not ready yet, it will be useless. So the capacity building for the teacher and other staff is urgently needed if you want to become online. So the government policies, are they allow everything doing in online? Are they have the rule or law or something related to the rule regarding the online situation in education? Or the curriculum itself, or the curriculum can adapt the online situation 100% or a half? If your studies cannot adapt 100% online, that means your curriculum should be suitable and should be changed to become the half online and half offline. Or your curriculum is ready 100% for online teaching and learning. So examination and measurement, how you can examine and measure the student itself, the digitalization of education, it's possible or not. So this is the challenges. Yes, are the challenges. This is the remark from YouTube. The sound is not important. I think that's all. We cannot return to the world as it was before. We cannot turn the time back. Thank you, Ms. Arum. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mahendra. Okay, before I open the question and answer session, maybe a little bit highlight from what you mentioned before about the impact of COVID-19 on higher education industry. You mentioned about the institution financial sustainability, about the digital shifting, the curriculum, and also the teacher experience. Dr. Mahendra also explained about the research done before and during the COVID-19 pandemic about the e-learning use and the performance, and then the research found that technology readiness has an influence on performance. And then the past COVID-19 education challenges, which arises the teacher technology acquisitions, the government policies, the curriculum, the examinations and measurement, and digitalizations of educational system. Okay, I believe that the participant already has questions, so I will read some of the questions in the chat box. Okay. The first is from Rifa. She asked about the possibility that following this pandemic that we will be back to our normal way of teaching and learning. Is it possible that we will be back to our normal way of teaching and learning? I think you have answered that question in your last quote. Or will be fully adopt the new normal ways in all aspects of learning and teaching? And then another question comes from Ms. Chusnu. She asked a lot of questions. The first is, students have started to get bored while online learning after the first 2 weeks of learning from home. The second is considerate anxiety on research subjects whose parents have low income because they have to buy quotas to be able to participate in the online learning. And then the mood or mood change occur due to many assignments. So do you have any suggestions to solve those problems that arise during the learning process on the pandemic of COVID-19? And then one other question from Nindya. She asked about, in your opinion, do you consider a new normal as an opportunity or as a problem?
Okay, that's all, Ms. Arum?
Yes.
Okay, so the
For
first
right
question, I will answer it, it's okay. The first question is, how can we come back to our normal situation? The question is, I will raise the back, what is the normal situation? So if something changed in your life, you cannot turn back your time. That means today is the normal situation. So if your definition about the normal situation is teaching and learning before the pandemic, we cannot come back to that time. So you happy or not, you agree or not, you should change or you will be disappear. So it's very interesting question from Ms. Kusnu. Regarding the situation, teacher don't have any financial capability to give their children to reach the education through the online. And one of the negative impact of pandemic situation itself is inequality in access in education. It's still same issues without pandemic itself. You can see the equality in access in education is depend on many factors. One of them is financial condition. Without any pandemic situation, some people cannot access education because they don't have any money. So nothing changed in this situation. But if you're talking about how can the community help each other to student to access education via online for the quota itself, I see several phenomena during COVID-19. Some communities just give their community, they collect their money, so they just make a community internet access. So the parents only paid very, very cheap to get internet access because some of them just coordinate and make a subscription to the telecommunication company, so they can get the access itself. So the point, the education itself, not the facility, but the motivation. For the rest to question regarding the how we can make our student happy, how we can make our student engage with us, the key answer is the teacher should win the screen. How we can win the screen itself. So, for example, like this, if you teach online, you cannot ask the student, okay, class, you just join and teach normally and you present something. They will leave the room. Exactly. After 5 minutes, they will mute and leave the room. So, what should we do? Just win the screen. You can make an interactive teaching and learning. There is many free tools you can use to make interaction online. You can use directly, or you just ask your student, open your cam, and you just talking just like in the class, offline class. Or you can use tool like Mentimeter, or pulling in Zoom meeting and extra. The key answer is just win the screen. Just like you win your class, you can get attention in the class, you should get attention in the screen itself. One of the technique itself, just try I did, just speak at loud as you can. So you like screaming, or after 5 minutes, you just ask the student, how about the topics? Just make sure the student feel you are present in the class. So, what is the last one, Ms. Arum?
Mahendra asked about, is it an opportunity or a problem? New normal, is it an opportunity or is it a problem?
It is an opportunity or problem. Problem will make opportunity. Opportunity will make problem. So depend on your point of view. Me myself, I call it challenges. It's not opportunity, it's not problem. Challenges. That means if something happen in your teaching and learning process, your educational system, it's something challenge me to make a solution. So in the new normal itself, I call it challenges. It's not opportunity, it's not problem. Because challenges will carry on a problem and create opportunities. I think that's all.
Okay. Is it okay for 2 more questions?
It's okay.
Okay. Okay, we have 2 more questions from Yeni. COVID-19, the game changer, many has changed in teaching and learning. What can we learn from the pandemic teaching and learning case to develop our education system, way of teaching, and the educational service and more? And then one last question from Anggit. He asked about, after learning the pandemic using of e-learning, is it still ideal to use or carry out for high school students?
Okay, the ones is a new normal. Mana tadi? Oh, what we can learn? Many things. So we can learn how to teach remotely. I believe most of you never teach remotely in the remote area. We can learn about the passion, because when you teach online, some of your students, when you speak loud, some of your students just said, I'm sorry, miss, I'm sorry, sir, I lost the signal. Can you repeat once more? I believe the COVID-19 can make our educational system much more digitalized. Depend on government policy itself. I believe the government will give the several rules to make everything happen. But in educational system itself, in my opinion, the COVID-19 will change everything, including the educational system. They will the measurement of student itself, not only based on the paper, and the measurement will be changed to become more digital. So the next question is, e-learning can be applicable in high school student or not? Of course, yes. Why not? The problem itself is just how make e-learning interesting enough to high school student. E-learning is not the problem is the human itself. So when e-learning for the high school student, we can just adapt e-learning. I met some teacher who actively use e-learning and blog and YouTube for the teaching and learning process. It's okay, it's no problem. Anything else?
One more question, is it okay?
It's okay.
Okay. So another question from Bangu Musa, he's a student, a PhD student in economics at Khazar University, Azerbaijan. I just want to ask to the presenter as to what he thinks are possible ways of governments, especially in developing countries, to support education centers for university and schools to maximize their potential in the digital world of learning post COVID-19.
Thank you for the question. The most problem in developing world is just facility, not only in the physical, but only the teaching and learning skill building, capacity building problems. I mean, if government have a political will, a good political will, and they understand what will what will happen education in digital world. So what we need, I just suggest that government just give better facility in especially in technology infrastructure. This is very difficult homework. When we're talking about digital infrastructure, we not only talking about the computers, we talking about the rules, regulation, and we're talking about the network itself. So I believe if government give better facility in the digital, in the technology infrastructure, digitalization in education it's more possible happen. So not only in the infrastructure itself, not only in the physical infrastructure, we're talking about the human itself. So when the infrastructure is ready, we should have the human. We should make the human ready itself. So the government should give the facility or the opportunity to teacher and educational staff and even the university to make to increase their capacity in adopting and using the technology itself. If that two thing not, if the government ignores that 2 point, I believe the digital transformation or anything related to technology adoption itself will be not working. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mahendra, for your answer. I think we are running out of time, so I think we have to end this session. But before that, maybe I can summarize something, because there's something interested from your research that you found that some students are eager to come back to school, to campus. They miss the academic atmosphere for learning face-to-face, but they also believe that the online learning is still important for students' performance. So we need to, or we have to realize the need for all parties, the teacher, the curriculum, the school, university, students, and of course the government, to be well prepared for the challenges that we will face in the future. Thank you so much, Dr. Mahendra, for giving us such an insightful knowledge. As an appreciation, the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta would like to give certificate of appreciation to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us now continue through the third session of the plenary session. With here, right now, we already have Mr. Fitra Roman Cahaya, Ph.D. from University of Essex. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning, it's morning there, right?
Yes.
Early
yes,
morning.
Yes. 5 o'clock.
Okay, thank you for joining us today. Okay,
You're welcome.
Before Dr. Fitra start his presentation, allow me to briefly introduce him. Fitra Roman Cahaya, Ph.D. is a lecturer in accounting at Essex Business School, University of Essex, United Kingdom. He is currently the plagiarism officer in accounting group at Essex Business School, University of Essex, United Kingdom. He achieved his bachelor degree in accounting from Universitas Islam Indonesia and gained his master and PhD in accounting from Curtin University, Australia. His research interests are in sustainability reporting, accounting and governance in developing countries, disclosure practices in developing countries, and corporate governance. His research track record has been demonstrated by winning and successfully delivering several research grants from funding agencies, both inside and outside the university. He has published numerous papers in referred academic journals and conference proceedings. He also served as an editorial board and reviewer to some reputable journals, including Journals of Accounting and Organizational Change, the Indonesian Journal of Accounting Research, Journal of Global Responsibility, Journal of Business Ethics, Journal of Sustainability Science and Management, and many more. Dr. Roman was the recipient of Endeavor Postgraduate Scholarship Award for taking the doctoral study at Curtin University, Perth, Australia, and also the Endeavor Postdoctoral Research Fellowship Award also in Curtin University during 2018 and 2019. And in 2019, he was awarded as the second most accomplished lecturer in the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Fitra Roman Cahaya, and he will deliver a presentation entitled A New Concept of Business, Challenges for Practitioners. To Dr. Roman, for the next 30 minutes, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I start, I'd like to apologize. I have a short throat.
Okay.
I cannot talk normally, but I will do my best to share my views in this prestigious conference. So thank you very much for inviting me.
Okay. It's okay.
I miss Jogja very much. I miss everything about Jogja, especially the food. So unfortunately, I cannot come to Jogja, but at least I can see you all via Zoom here today. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my slides clearly? Okay.
Yes, we can see your slides.
All right, perfect. Now, right, so this is the topic that I would like to talk about. To address that issue, that topic, I would like to address through this outline. I would like to give you an overview about the current condition globally and some initiatives that have been done by a number of organizations and countries. And the new concept that I believe companies around the world, whatever the level is, startup businesses, corporations, need to think about applying that concept. But in addition to the concept that I introduced here, of course there are some challenges that businesses need to be aware of, right? So, where are we now? If we carefully reflect what has been happening, we can see a period before, I can say 2020, we can call it as business as normal. Of course, everyone has his or her own definition of normal, but I believe at the moment we have a similar definition as normal before the pandemic, when people can interact normally, not by Zoom, for instance. People can come to stores without any restrictions, without showing a vaccination status and so on. Then everything changed, and especially in early 2020, mostly in March, depending on the countries were, because of the pandemic, lockdowns happen almost in every country at the time, including in the UK, Indonesia as well, although the level of lockdowns may differ across countries, right? In the UK, for instance, the lockdown was very strict with penalties if people violate the regulation at the time. But in Indonesia, maybe the regulation in relation to lockdown was not so strict compared to countries like the UK. Travel restriction as well, no flights during a particular period. Okay, so there were a lot of aircraft staff redundancy because of the restriction. Online communication, like what has been discussed in the previous section, online shopping, online teaching, maybe online shopping for electronic goods, laptops were quite useful at the time, but not for grocery shopping, not for shopping at a supermarket. But because of the pandemic, then because of the lockdown, people were pushed to buy grocery things online from the local supermarket, right? So this condition, as you know, badly, negatively influenced particularly the financial performance of companies, including the mental well-being of many people, particularly those who were affected by the redundancy. Now, we know that COVID restrictions in many parts of the world, particularly in some countries like the UK, this restriction has been totally relaxed, lifted, and we hope there will be an economic recovery. Okay, we hope. I use the word we hope because the story at the moment is not like what we expect, right? So, but I will call this period as a period after the pandemic, which reflect businesses after the pandemic, right? So I hope you can see, you know, the flows of the story from before, during, and after. Now, I used in the previous slide, I used the word, I hope that there will be an economic recovery. However, in fact, the story is not like what I and many people expect. As you know, recession is happening around the globe. Inflation, for example, Turkey, including in the UK, energy crisis, fuel, gas happening in Indonesia, where you can find the price of fuel is very, very expensive. So in the UK, for instance, for 1 liter of fuel, at the moment is 1.6 on. Previously 1.8. So there is a little bit decrease in the UK, but I know that in Indonesia the price of the fuel increases because at the moment we've got this crisis. And sadly, we've got a problem of higher living costs. As you can notice, prices of consumer goods increase compared to the prices even during and before the pandemic. And energy prices, electricity. Okay? And there are many business disruptions, not because of the pandemic, not because of the lockdowns, but because of major strikes impacting daily activities around the world, particularly in the UK. In the UK, we've got train strikes, which really, really badly influence our daily activities. Train strikes, for instance, impacting people commuting from other cities to London, and other cities, of course. And recently, about 1 or 2 weeks ago, we've got a Royal Mail strikes. Royal Mail is a post office company here in the UK. As you can imagine, delivery of packages, letters have been impacted by the strikes. Staff shortages, as I explained before, during the pandemic, a lot of people were impacted by redundancy because there were no business activities. So the company had to decide a lot of redundancy. For example, airline companies, airports. So after the restrictions were relaxed, we expected we can fly to other countries easily, but the story is not like that because airline companies, airports have problems with staff shortages. No pilots, no sufficient number of pilots, no sufficient number of flight attendants, no sufficient number of staff working at the airport, technicians, and so on. But the demand of people who want to fly, because they miss flying from one country to other countries, as well as some people need to fly to other countries for studying, for instance, going to the UK or other parts of the Europe. So the demand is higher than the supply, so the prices are crazy at the moment. For instance, in July this year, I and my family, we are a family of 4. We went to Indonesia for 1.5 months. I took my annual leave during my children's school holiday. The flight ticket luckily was still normal, but my nephew, he went to a country in the Europe for studying, for undertaking masters. The one-way ticket airfare is the same as my return ticket. So very expensive at the moment. Right. And also, the energy prices were caused by Ukraine war at the moment, because Russia is one of the major oil and gas suppliers. I'm not an economist. I will not discuss the reasons behind this in more detail, but at least I will give you an overview about what has been happening so far. Other problems, and I would like to argue that this is more critical, have been happening since the period before the pandemic, like the pictures that I show you here. So we've got a problem. Maybe we don't realize as end user or consumers. We've got problems with child labor. I will talk about this problem later on. Dolphin death, pollution, emission, rubbish, work accidents at work. This has been happening long time before the pandemic, and I believe some of the problems are still happening at the moment. And I'm afraid, I do worry, that some of the problems still continue happening in the future or in the near future. So we need to be aware of this. I will give you an example. Even though this case happened before 2010, but I see that this is a good example which impact a lot of people around the globe, and sadly we did not realize this problem as consumers. And I would like to say that this the release of this regulation is one of the major important actions done by the US government. So before 2010, if I use computers, and I believe we did, the processors had a problem with this. I'm not an IT expert, but let me tell you, maybe you also agree with me. There is a long supply chain before this product is sold to consumers. Laptop, mobile phones, for instance. There is a long supply chain. And there was a problem with the raw material. At that time, it was identified, it was detected that the raw material of processors were taken by child workers somewhere in Africa. Right? It was a very low control in Africa due to conflicts there. So it was an opportunity for some bad companies, some bad suppliers. Right? So this is an opportunity for them to employ child workers because there was no control. So low cost and high revenue. So maybe they almost paid nothing for these workers, but they got normal revenues. And it was detected. Then, starting from 2010, the US government requires companies to disclose if there are conflict minerals within their supply chain. Conflict minerals means minerals which had been taken, okay, in not in a normal situation. For example, by putting people without paying to take the raw materials, to take the minerals as a raw material for a product. So the companies now need to disclose whether there are conflict minerals within the supply chain to report that. Right. Now, another example to show business initiatives themselves, not the government. This one is was taken by the government, showing an initiative from a government. This one is from the companies themselves. Nike, for instance, since 2012, has been carefully evaluating potential suppliers by categorizing them into several levels: gold, silver, bronze, yellow, and red. And they will select based on whether the suppliers have commitment to do environmentally and socially responsible business activities. So, Nike choose their suppliers not because the suppliers provide cheaper products and better quality, but also whether the suppliers have commitment on environment and the society. It is not easy, but it is a commitment. This is because before 2012, Nike had also problem with child workers. Another initiative, which is a good initiative, Body Shop, has helped eradicate animal testing in the cosmetic industry for 35 years. So this is a very, very important initiative. Other initiatives, which I believe you know that Sustainability Development Goals, SDGs, by the UN and followed by almost all of the countries in the world. Therefore, governments around the world now try to coordinate with companies, organizations within the country to try to best achieve the goal by 2030. And also now there are demands for reporting what we call sustainability issues, companies' responsibility to environment, society, and for their economic activities. And now we need a standard, and it has been initiated by the organization called Global Reporting Initiatives. We also have a conference of parties, COP26. The last meeting was in the UK. It deals with climate change, and climate change, we believe, happen because of massive business activities, and it will also impact business activities as well. And also there are a lot of legal requirements at the moment for companies to undertake sustainability activities and disclose these activities, like what has been happening in Indonesia as well as in the US and other parts of the world. Current business activities that we can see at the moment is, for example, some companies in the UK have been buying fully electric cars for their operational activities. Let me tell you, currently, to motivate people to use electric cars in the UK, there are no annual tax for electric cars in the UK, which is good. And there is no charge for what we call ultra low emission zone. So when we go to London by cars, you need to pay this charge if your cars are relatively old, or if your car use fuel. But if electric cars, it is free of charge. So London is expensive. However, we have a challenge. Prices of this kind of cars is very, very high at the moment. Electric signatures are now used, especially since the start of the pandemic, but we need a consensus among stakeholders who use the contracts, and it must be supported by the law, right? So, for instance, I have an experience when I moved to the UK 1 year ago, last year. I did my contract for renting the flat electronically, because at the time I came in the time of lockdown. But when I applied for a bank account, the document was rejected, and the bank, it was funny, the bank required me to submit a document with hand signature. So I went back to the agent. We did the contract again using pen signatures. This is the point that I would like to highlight. There must be a consensus among the stakeholders use the document. Okay, but this is currently happening particularly because of the support of the technology, using the barcode, for instance, and so on. At the moment, many companies, no longer provide plastic bags for consumers, so you need to buy or you need to bring your own. Companies now engage with key stakeholders, talk to them, ask them about sustainability activities that need to be performed and communicated. And also, because my background is accounting, companies now not only provide financial statements, not only provide annual reports, but they also prepare and publish standalone sustainability reports containing information about their social, environment, and economic activities. And hire not financial statement auditors, but independent assurers to check the reports whether it has been presented fairly. We call it as independent assurers. So, what is the new concept of business? Definitely this is not business as usual. I would like to argue that the new concept of business is where a business is economically, of course, socially and environmentally responsible. And importantly, again, because my background is accounting, accountable for what the business has done, as well as enhances its resilience against any possible crisis. Right, so from the overview that I gave you in the first slides, I gave you a pictures about what has been happening, impacts on children, impacts on the environment, pollution. This describes that businesses around the world has created the problem. Their operations negatively impacted the environment through pollution, through waste, and also infect people. Discrimination, for instance, child workers, because there are no sufficient work protection, then work accidents happening, corruption, and so on. So companies now need to be responsible for what they have done and also accountable, meaning that they need to also control the activities, record the activities, and report them to the stakeholders. As well as, because we learn a lot from the pandemic, we learn a lot from the recession, we learn a lot from economic crisis around the world, the 1998 Asian crisis, 2008 European or global crisis, recession at the moment. We need to think about to anticipate any possible crisis. So we need to be able to be resilient against all of the possible problems. So the keywords here that I would like to highlight can be responsibility, accountability, and resilience. So again, I repeat, accountable here includes preparation of sustainability reporting, not only financial statement, and publication of assured sustainability reporting. Let me tell you that most of the countries around the world, there is no mandatory requirement to hire an external assurer. However, from the perspective of accounting, the report published by the company needs to be checked by an independent party so that the users of information are confident enough to read the report and use for making decisions. I will give you an example of what has been happening around the world. 80% of companies now report on sustainability issues, not only financial issues. 100%, all of the top 100 companies in Japan and Mexico report on sustainability. third-party assurance of sustainability information becomes a trend, becomes a need, becomes a current expectation. GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, remains the dominant global standards for sustainability reporting. This is an example of the report, right? The disclosure in the report. I take this example from Bank Asia, from Bangladesh. For instance, the company disclosed that the company does not employ child workers. In this financial period, 2021, no incidents regarding discrimination as well in relation to human rights, and also there are no problems with indigenous people. Okay, some companies have problem with indigenous people, for example, in Indonesia, in Papua, in Australia, in the US as well. And this is the output of the report. We call it as independent assurance statement. So it is produced and signed by an independent assurer. In financial statement, usually we call it as an audit report, usually signed by an auditor, but in this case, this is signed by an assurer. This is an example from a bank in Indonesia. Where is the technology? You may have this question because I do not mention about technology so far, and the previous speaker talked about technology, and this is the main component of the discussion before. In my view, I would like to argue that the technology is or has been embedded in our daily life, in all of the process. We cannot avoid that. Particularly, we learn from the pandemic. We live with the technology. Right? Before, during, and after the pandemic, we deal with technology. We rely on technology. It is automatically happening there. Right? So, the use and maximization of technology, which perhaps can replace people within a company, such as online systems, mobile phone application, internet application, robots, and so on. Okay? The use of technology may be mainly for economic reasons, lower cost, no need to pay staff, no need to pay people, and speedy response to customers. Right? So for these reasons, we definitely need technology, but again, technology should have been embedded in company strategic plan and business processes. So this is basically the same as the previous speaker's thought, embedded in company strategic plan. In the industry of higher education, okay, it should be embedded in the strategic plan, for instance. However, in my view, the use of technology, for example, information technology, should be done ethically with caution. Okay? What does that mean? There are some ethical issues in the application of technology. For instance, if the purpose is lower cost, so we expect that by paying the investment in technology, we will not pay employees, but there are sometimes ethical aspects in relation to to people. Because in some countries, maybe companies are required by the government or required or expected by stakeholders to employ local people. Right? To employ local people, not on technology, even though technology is needed. Right? So the company needs to carefully manage this. And also, there are some privacy issues in relation to the use of technology. Consumers' data, for instance, the users' data, for instance. This data need to always be protected. So there are some, plans, actions to deal with all of these issues. I believe that in the era of technology, you may still need it in accordance with the report from Deloitte, especially for decision-making process, because robots will not take your job. Instead, you can use technology to your advantage, right? To create more meaningful work, to mitigate risk, and to solve problems like what we have been using, what we have used during the pandemic and even after the pandemic. So, if there is a concept of a new business, it is automatically associated with some challenges, of course. Challenges for whom? For practitioners, particularly because they are the ones who run the business. The challenges are, how to be committed and responsive to sustainability issues. So I still have 5 minutes. Thank you very much for reminding me. I thought I still have 50 minutes. Unfortunately, 5 minutes only, but that's fine. So how to be committed? So this is started from the management, the directors. And commitment is not easy, depending on the mindset, belief, which are influenced by social factors, usually. How to allocate resources? It becomes more difficult, because for some companies, they do not have sufficient resources to do so. To what? To control their emission, for instance, to recycle the water that they influence from their operations. Maybe some companies do not have sufficient resources to deal with sustainability issues, to hire independent assurers, and so on. This is a costly process, but this can be done as long as the management has the commitment. How to develop a sustainability culture of all of employees within the company, using a recycled material, for instance, using a recycled bag, for instance, use the electricity wisely, for example. Then how to ensure sustainability practices within the company supply chain, which is very, very difficult, because supply chain is very long and complex, involving a number of different companies or people. How to identify and best engage with stakeholders to determine sustainability issues or topics to be addressed and reported. How to approach stakeholders, whether the stakeholders are grassroots people, local community members, maybe religious groups around the area, local governments, suppliers themselves, and so on. How to minimize, manage, and solve negative impacts like reducing emission, measuring the reduction of emissions during the year. We need a consultant to calculate that. We need a technology to calculate the emission, the reduction, and so on. And importantly, how to make and manage a positive impacts if the company develop the community, how the company measures the impact, whether the local community members can finally live better because the economy is improving due to the support from the company. So the company need to measure that, to control that, and so on. And how to identify possible non-financial risk and crisis, whether we can predict there is a possible crisis, financial crisis, pandemic, natural disasters, and so on in the future, so that we can prepare for that. And the best way to deal with this challenge is that a company needs to sign up, join, subscribe an association, usually, so that usually an association will work together to identify incoming challenges which reflect the industry. Right. So the key things, I think, to deal with the challenges are commitment, resources, cost, action. You need to do actions including making a good plan, implementing the plans, monitoring, and assuring the reports. Now, I just would like to a little bit address this. We have a challenge in business schools to prepare the generations, to prepare graduates who are aware of all of these challenges. And at Essex, I would like to let you know that we champion responsible, ethical, and sustainable businesses, right? From any level of businesses, small, medium enterprises, corporations, and even for startups. In accounting, we go beyond the preparation of financial statement. We teach students to be accountable, act ethically, and make financial decisions that positively impact both organizations and society. So not only focusing on financial issues. In conclusion, business around the globe, I think, are now expected to be economically, socially, and environmentally responsible and accountable in doing their activities, as well as need to enhance their resilience against any possible crisis. There are some challenges in doing so, of course. Therefore, businesses need to have strong commitment, but them to allocate sufficient resources and best act to deal with the challenges. So thank you very much for your attention. Feel free to ask questions, and I would be more than happy to address your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Roman, for the interesting speech, even though you're not in a good health condition. Okay, before I open the Q&A sessions, I would like to highlight a little bit what Dr. Roman mentioned about, he explained about the different business before, during, and after the pandemic. And also he mentioned about the COVID restriction reliction and economic recovery for the after or post-pandemic happen. But he thinks that it's a new hope, but then we see together that lots of threat rise, like the recession, inflation, higher living costs, business disruptions, and then staff shortage, and also the Ukraine war, which increased the energy prices since Russia is one of the major oil and gas supplies in the world. So we now invite the participants to ask questions, and we already have few questions in the chat box. The first is from Mr. Mahendra. Very interesting presentations on the issue of relationship between raw materials and digital transformation in business. Data shows that the more digital our lives are, the greater the environmental damage caused by the productions of digital things. Mining companies are increasingly massively extracting rare earth materials to get more revenue for their investors. The question is digitalization of life good or bad for business? And then the second question from Abrima, he asked about some of the measures you think can be implemented, maybe by business enterprise to overcome the challenges or impact on COVID-19. And also one more question from Patriani. Ms. Patriani asks, is there any effect in sustainability reporting disclosure due to the effect of pandemic COVID-19?
Okay. I would like to start from the first question. If I forget some of the questions, please remind me later.
Okay.
So the first one is about mining companies and whether digitalization is good or not. Right. I think this is a good question, excellent question. Talking about mining companies is a bit tricky because in fact people around the globe need the products, but the process of the production or the activities itself mostly have negative impacts on the environment and on people as well. The main thing that companies in mining that they consider is that they need to be careful to manage and remedy the impacts after the operation. Because usually in on operational side. After all of the production finishes, then the company will leave the site. Right? So manage, remedy, identify all of the problems impacted by the operation and acknowledge the problems. Tell the audience about the activities to remedy the problems. For example, impacts on biodiversity and how the company deal with this. The company needs to be honest. Okay? And about digitalization, good or not, in my view, even though it has negative impacts, to me, digitalization is good. Why? Because firstly, it helps the business process. It helps to provide a speedy service to consumers. It also helps reduce the impact on the environment because we do not need to print the documents out in our work, in our daily activities. But again, as I said before, everything which is good, which is also related to technology, we need to apply, we need to use that with caution. I use the word we is all of us, particularly business practitioners. Again, there are negative impacts of digitalization as well, even though in my view, the level of the impact is quite low, but it is classified as critical impact as well. For instance, the privacy of the users, data of the users. Okay, I answered that question. The second question, I forget. Could you please remind me?
Okay, the second question is, what are...
sorry, you still unmute.
What?
You still muted. You still muted, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, now you're unmuted, yes.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, the second question is, what are some of the measures you think can be implemented by the business enterprise to overcome the challenges or the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Okay, that's a good question. Yeah, but impacts of pandemic. We now start a new life. Businesses start new life. Okay, there is a big opportunity in spite of challenges. In my view, the problem that I am impacted, particularly when I came to the UK, one of them is staff shortage. It was, and still, it is difficult for me to communicate, for instance, to customer service of a company. If I communicate through email, telephone, for instance, this is just a simple example. It is difficult for me because one of the main problems is what? Staff shortage. Staff shortage. Okay. Most of them have been, impacted by redundancy during the pandemic. There are the companies now do not have sufficient number of employees. Then they cannot respond to the queries from the customers quickly. I am impacted. In this case, what the companies need to do is, of course, maximizing, again, this is technology, right? So that I argue that technology is embedded. They need to use the technology to help that. And again, start recruiting people, whether it is a permanent employee or outsourcing. Maybe hire another company as a customer service officer. So there is a company, like usually security guard company, they provide security staff, and the company hire the staff. But this one, a company hires a company who provide people for helping as customer service team, answering questions from consumers and so on. So this is one of my answers. Yeah. So start doing business as normal, if in spite of the current challenges, by start employing people, and also while in the process of that, maximizing the use of technology. The third question is whether there is an impact of disclosure, yeah?
Yes,
sustainability disclosure on what? Impact on what? I forget.
Is there an effect on sustainability reporting disclosure due to the effect of pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic? Yes.
Okay. Maybe the question is not specific, at the general. I would like to use my definition of your question, right? So the question is about impact of sustainability report, but on what, it is not clear. But in general, I would like to say, some of the impacts of sustainability reports are perhaps now companies are pushed to be accountable for what the companies have done. They need to, firstly, of course, do the activities, environmental activities, for instance, reducing emission, for instance, employing indigenous people, for example, and so on, which are costly, right? And then, consequently, if they decide to report, they need to record all of these activities, like what is happening in the accounting process, recording financial transaction, but in this case, the companies report all of the activities through the system that they have. Then they report that they communicate all of the recorded activities into a standalone report, or perhaps in an annual report, right? And it is better to hire external assurer to check the report. So the impacts in general for maybe on companies is that they need to do further action to record all of the activities and spending some money to run these activities and hire external assurer. However, we and most researchers believe that in the long run, this report will help will help companies to have a good image in front of the eyes of the stakeholders, and stakeholders will continue to support the companies in their operation, and this will be a good or positive impact on companies in the long run, sorry.
Okay, there's another two questions from Ms. Chusnu. She asked, promoting the digitalization of micro and small medium enterprises can help address a number of the economic challenges posed by the COVID-19 crisis. However, the process of adopting new digital approaches to selling does not come without risk. So how to handle the risk, because not all micro and small medium enterprises understand using such technology. And then the last question came from Ms. Ratna Chandrasari. Thanks for the interesting presentation. The question is, how is education in sustainability business or reporting in business school in UK? Is it included in the standalone course? Maybe those two questions?
Yes. Yes, the first question is a very, very relevant question, particularly in the context of developing countries. I think it is also applied to startup businesses, microeconomic businesses, and so on. Before I address the question, I would like to appreciate micro businesses, particularly in Indonesia, that I know. In spite of all the challenges, particularly economic challenges, resource constraints, cost constraints, many micro businesses now use application and connect their businesses to an online provider such as in Indonesia, Gojek. Food, for instance, you can order food online and so on. So micro businesses running business in food can work together with this kind of company. It also happens in the UK. In the UK, if I want to order food online, the application called Deliveroo, and also there is an Uber Eats. So depending on what industry that the micro business is operating, in spite of challenges, there are always opportunities usually. One of the ways to deal with this kind of challenge is collaborating with possible counterparts or possible other businesses which can help the company, if the company does not have sufficient resources to adopt technology. Okay, application, for instance, online delivery, for instance, and so on. As I gave you an example about food delivery, a micro business usually operating in food, they need to identify or to think about how to deliver the product to customers, of course, but they do not have sufficient resources to make an application for online delivery, and of course it will be costly, and even their competitors will not use their own applications. They will work together with, for example, in Indonesia you've got Gojek, and in the UK we've got Deliveroo. This is just a kind of example. So the point here is that the company needs to think about a collaboration with other companies who probably can help in some aspects of their operations, like in the universities as well. So it is like set resources that can help each other. Okay, this is also happening in a big corporation as well, in terms of technology especially. For another question, in terms of education, if you ask questions about what is happening in the UK, the course structures differ across universities, of course, but at Essex, we do not provide a specific module for sustainability issues, particularly in accounting, but we include sustainability aspects in most of the modules which are considered relevant. For example, I teach taxation and corporate reporting and analysis, as well as introduction to accounting. In taxation, for instance, we have a specific topic or issue in relation to government's tax regarding sustainability activities, okay, such as tax on electric cars, policy in relation to brand new cars before 2030. So after 2030, dealers cannot sell brand new fuel cars. Everything must be electric cars after 2030. And it is related to tax as well. So we teach students tax is associated with all of sustainability activities and government policy. In corporate reporting and analysis, we provide some topics in our lectures in relation to narrative reports and issues in relation to sustainability reporting as part of how potential investors analyze and decide whether they will invest on the companies or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the answers, Dr. Roman. I believe that the participants still have questions or issues to discuss, but unfortunately we are running out of time for the third session, so I have to close this session. I would like to repeat what Dr. Roman had concluded before, that the business around the globe are now expected to be economically, socially, and environmentally responsible and accountable in doing their operation activities, as well as the need to enhance their resilience against any possible crisis. So there are some challenges in doing so. Therefore, business need to have strong commitment, attempt to allocate sufficient resources, and best act to deal with the challenges. Thank you so much, Dr. Roman, for giving us insightful knowledge. And as an appreciation, the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta would like to give a certificate of appreciation to you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you
very
so
nice
much.
certificate.
Yes, very happy to have you here. Hope you get well soon. Speed
Thank
recovery
you.
for you, sir. Once again, we would like to deliver our gratitude to all speakers today, Dr. Ben, Dr. Mahendra, and Dr. Roman, for their wonderful sharing. And also thank you to all participants for your active participation. We do hope that this session will be beneficial and all of you enjoy the seminar. I will close this session by highlighting the closing remark that Mr. Mahendra mentioned before, written by the UNESCO, that we cannot return the world as it was before. Therefore, as an academicians and practitioners, what we have to do is just adopt and then be well prepared for the challenges that we will face in the future. See you in the next session after the lunch break. Please stay safe, healthy, and happy, everyone. Now it's time for me to send back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Arum Danmawati MM. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is lunch break, and first panel session will be held at 1 p.m. and the second parallel session will be held at 3:30 p.m. For the presenters, please join your room based on guidebook, and all non-presenting participants, you can choose any room you want by using the breakout room feature. If you don't know how to use it or cannot find the button, please rename your name to include the room number you want to enter. Please rename your account using the following format: r_room_complete name. For example, R01_Ratna Yudiati. Host will put you into the room of your choice. For the participant, you can choose the room that you interested in. There are 5 rooms for ICEBESS. First, Ethics on Business. Second, Economics. Third, Social Science and SME. Fourth, Economics. And the last one, Education. There are 4 rooms for ACoMC with different themes. First, Human Resources Management. Second, Human Resources Management. Third, Education. And the last one, Accounting and Financial Management. Ladies and gentlemen, closing plenary session of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science, in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2022 is about to start. I'm Yolanda Ruseptiana on behalf of the organizing committee, extending our appreciation to all the guests, participants, and chairman for a wonderful plenary session we had. I would also like to apologize if made some mistakes while hosting for today. See you on the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2023. Don't forget to join us at 1 p.m. with the first panel session. Please enjoy your time. Thank you and have a great day. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, izin menginformasikan untuk makan siang bagi Bapak-Bapak dekanat, Bapak Dekan dan Bapak Wakil Dekan
Tes, tes, tes. Udah. Okay, good afternoon everyone. For all the participants who will follow the presentation session for the parallel session for session 1 and session 2, please for all the participants to enter the break room. We already give you 1 until 9 room, and you can see for the guidebook, so you can choose which one the room that you should join. On the screen you can see all of the room divided into the topic ethic on business in number 1, room number 2 economics, room number 3 social science and SME, room number 4 economics, room number 5 education, room number 6 and 7 about human resources management, room number 8 education, and room number 9 accounting and financial management. So don't forget to rename your ID based on your room. Thank you very much. Once again, for all the participants who will join in a presentation session or parallel session, please join in the break room that already available 1 until 9 room. Thank you.
time. Fourth, you will share your presentation media by using your own computer. Fifth, there will be a panel session. I'm sorry. Fourth, you will share your presentation media by using your own computer. Fifth, there will be a panel discussion session held after 4 presenters had delivered their presentation. The discussion session will be held for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And the next, participants who want to ask questions or contribute to the discussion need to write down the name of the presenter they want to ask, accompanied by the question in the chat section or chat box. Participants will be permitted to write down the questions during the presentation. As the chairperson, I retain the right to choose which questions to deliver to respective presenters. Participants are permitted to deliver their question or idea personally by using the voice feature, provided that the chairperson allows them. Those are the rules of the parallel presentation session of ICEBESS and ACoMC 2022. Now, let us start our presentation session. I will invite the first presenter, Komang Wahyuni Febrianti, Putu Cornelia, Igede Agus Pertama Yudantara, who is going to deliver a presentation with the title, The Effect of Using Pay Later, Hedonic Shopping Motivation and Financial Knowledge on Impulsive Purchase in Marketplace Shopee. Okay, to Komang Wahyuni Febrianti and team, you have 10 minutes. Time is yours.
So thank you for the time. Please wait for a while to show the screen.
Yeah, sure.
Is my screen can be seen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the time. Before the presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Komang Wahyuni Febrianti from Ganesha Education University. So in this good occasion, I will present the paper that I have made with the title, The Effect of Using Pay Later, Hedonic Shopping Motivation and Financial Knowledge on Impulsive Purchases in Marketplace Shopee. Let's just start with the first topic. Is about the introduction of the paper. As we know that COVID-19 pandemic has caused many changes in life patterns where people are required to be able to adapt to all activities carried out online, including shopping. Shopping transactions through e-commerce in Bali have also increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. Total transactions through e-commerce in Bali recorded an increase in the fourth quarter of 2020 by 27.61% compared to the previous period. Of the many existing mobile applications, currently the most popular among the public for shopping is Shopee. Shopee was ranked first as marketplace with the highest number of downloads, either on the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Impulsive buying in the Shopee marketplace is influenced by 3 factors. The first one is digital payment, such as credit cards, mobile banking, e-wallet. To what is currently widely used by the public is the pay later. Pay later features increased during the COVID-19 pandemic, as quoted on the website by Mulya Amri as research director of the Kata Data Insight Center, revealed that almost 90% of customers have used pay later as a fast, safe, and convenient payment tool of choice. Impulsive buying behavior is also influenced by one's motivation in shopping, that is known as hedonic shopping motivation. An impulsive behavior that is considered to have a negative impact can be overcome. one of which is education, including financial knowledge. The better the financial knowledge a person has, the better the way of managing his finance in making decision. For example, determining purchasing decision. So based on the explanation above, the goal to be achieved in this study is to analyze the effect of using the pay letter feature, hedonic shopping motivation, and financial knowledge on impulsive purchases on the marketplace Shopee. Okay, now let's move to the second topic is about literature review that used in this study. The first one is definition of pay letter. Pay letter feature is one of the preferred payment methods on marketplace that allows user to buy the desired item and make payments at a later date when due installment. Pay letter feature can trigger an impulsive buying decision because of the convenience offered to purchase product with substantial financial support and the requirement for submitting the use of the pay letter. So the first hypothesis that can be formulated is the use of the pay letter has a positive effect on impulse buying through marketplace for Generation Z in Mali province. And then the second literature review that I use is hedonic shopping motivation. Hedonic shopping motivation is the urge to make purchases based on the desire to get pleasure or enjoyment when doing shopping.
Okay, we wait for 1 minute. If Mr. Kayan absent, we throw to number 3 presenters. Next, yeah. Okay. I think we continue to the next presenters. Please, Mr. Ratnakar Mishra and Dana Bagiam. The title is Optimist and Successful Planning of Manpower is Key to Organizational Success, an empirical experiment using Markov chain model. Your time is 10 minutes. Now, turn is yours, please.
Good morning, sir. A very good morning, sir. This is Dr. Dhanabhagyam, and my author is. Are you able to hear my voice? Is it audible, sir?
Yes, I clear your voice. You can share your screen now.
Yes, sir. Yes. 1 minute. Sir, is it visible? My screen is visible?
Yes, it's appear now.
Thank you. Yeah, I proceed with presentation. I think I will carry forward. This is Dr. S. Dhanabhagyam, working as Associate Professor in NSB Academy, affiliated to Bangalore University in Bangalore from India. And also my author is Dr. Ratnakar Mishra, working as a professor in the same institute. We both jointly have done this research work.
I'm sorry, interrupt your voice. Can you repeat slowly, because we not native speaker of English.
Okay.
I think you are too fast.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Slower, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yours. 1 minute, sir.
It's okay.
Okay. The screen is visible?
Yes. Okay. It's better.
Okay. 1 minute. Our topic is, one minute. Sorry for the disturbance. Yeah, plan of analysis is key to organizational success. And this study is specifically meant to how the organization is doing succession planning, the internal candidates, by using the Markov analysis. So this is one of the experimental tools which most of the HR professionals in the organization, instead of going for some other, doing some quantitative metrics or something like that, if you are using this qualitative metrics, this Markov chain model will be very helpful for the organization to do the succession planning, and also to plan their resources, whichever for recruiting externally, they can do some internal planning, future manpower planning. And actually, the study which we have is a pure research study which we have carried with the particular industry in Odisha. It is a steel manufacturing company, and this company particularly, they use this Markov chain model to optimize their manpower resources, especially to specifically into the domain of succession planning. So we all know succession planning is something like future replacement of the employees for the top level position. So we are familiar with this, but something more, this Markov analysis, instead of doing some appraisal system or doing some talent management, or going ahead with the talent pool identification, something more, this, apart from the theoretical knowledge, it's something does with the mathematical calculation. So, and it is also more effective for the organization when they are having Markov chain model. And for this research work, we have done some literature reviews. A few literature reviews we have collected, and the literature reviews were collected from the year 2010 later on to 2020. The literature reviews were collected, and it has been collected with based on a few authors, well-known authors with well-known journals. We have collected this article related to this particular study of optimization of manpower planning with this Markov analysis. And the literature reviews, I could mention it a few literature reviews. That is something which was very highlighted and which is more significant to this particular study. This Belhaj in 2013 has done same like this, and also when this with the help of this literature review, he has mentioned that future challenges and opportunities for maintaining the can be helpful with the help of this Markov analysis. And similarly, the other research articles and also the other literature reviews, they suggest for this. And the methodology of the study, as I have mentioned, we have focused on a particular industry in Odisha, a steel manufacturing sector, and it is a purely meant for manufacturing sector. And also we know manpower utilization in manufacturing sector is a highly competent with other organizations. So here I have focused and we have done this Markov chain model, how the organization is using, and we have found out how they are doing the succession planning with this Markov chain model. And to prove this Markov chain model, we have also used chi-square test to find the association and effectiveness of this particular study. So through analysis, you can see the analysis table. I think it is visible, more visible. So here they have done this Markov chain model analysis from the year 2015 to 2020. They have carried forward this Markov chain analysis alone. They have carried forward in the particular organization for doing succession planning. So from this model, they have, and I can also suggest the industry, they have done a good manpower promotion has been carried forward from AGM level. No, from starting from a trainer to the junior officer From junior officer, they have promoted from junior manager, and till the hierarchy till assistant general manager, they have promoted the candidates. So for supporting this Markov analysis, whether it is effective or not, we have done some statistical analysis with the help of statistic package. This is SPSS software. We have analyzed the chi-square analysis to prove whether this analysis, whether this study is effective or not. So by the analysis we have done chi-square analysis, significant plasma inside the. Also with the employees, they don't feel this significant. There is no rejection or nothing like that. It is more above 50% level of significant level, and the study proved that there is more association malpractice among the employees. So with this, I conclude my study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Dana Bagiam. It was a good presentations and substance. And personally, I'm interested in this Markov chain.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, good presentation. Okay,
Thank
now we go to the next presenter. I call Miss
Wonderful opportunity.
Indira. Okay, yes. Okay, let me call Indira Devan and friends. Please, you have 10 minutes to make your presentations. Your time is now. Yes.
So can you hear me?
Okay, sorry. Okay, Mister. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Clearly. Sorry, Mister. Now, Mrs. Dana Bagam, you can close your presentation. Now, Indira Devan to share.
Terus cadet 60 test. There are two.
Sorry, sir. You have 4 minutes left.
Okay. There are two independent variable. There are salary satisfaction and locus of control, and one dependent variable is corruption perception. The result. This is a descriptive statistic. And then this is the the table of validity test. According the validity test, the value of R table for respondent totally 100 is 95. The significant level of 5% for one-way test is 0.1654. The result shows that all the question has R value less than R count, therefore all the question is the study are valid. This is the table, salary satisfaction, and then locus of control, and then the last perception of corruption X. Next table about the reliability test, according to Siren et al. 2011, the reliability test show that the corn alpha values is more than 0.60. Therefore, all the question is the study are reliable. Data also fulfill normality test, multi-clonality test, and heterogeneity test. This is the result by the table. All of the variable is reliable. And then about our hypothesis, there are two hypotheses. The first hypothesis states that salary satisfaction has negative effect to corruption perception, and then second hypothesis states that locus of control has positive effect to corruption perception. We can see the table that all significant, and the last conclusion, limitation, and future research. Based on the self-determination theory, this study argues that ethical behavior is moral development process from external regulation to integrated regulation. So this process saw the level internalization of individual ethics. Study used questionnaire and Yogyakarta regional police officer as responder. Result revealed that ethical behavior have internalized of intrinsic motivation. The second is this study especially contribute to moral paradigm of self-determination theory. This study also contribute to ethical practice through moral development based on self-belief on achievement. The limitation of research. The study has limitations such as respondents from Yogyakarta, and the phenomena that become main problem may come from Jakarta Police Department. Both of cities have different culture and value. Maybe further researcher can complete this result with organization culture, such as power, distance, and individualism and collectivism. Further research also can complete it with confusion dynamism that measure individual expectation about his or her life, because of any city has different level of competition for living. Okay, thank you for the time of presentation. This may be all of the member can give our suggestion or comment. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So thank you very much, Mr. Yudika Elviri. I'm pretty sure that there are already some of you who wants to ask questions or provide your insights. You can write them down in the chat session. Now, without further ado, let us
voice still mute?
Yes, sir. Okay. Hello everyone, good afternoon. Because Anggi was unable to present this time, I as a team will replace him. Introduce myself. My name is Maulana Ibrahim. I'm from Garuda University. The presentation that I will present is the influence of product quality and perceived price in purchasing decision at Belladina Confeksi. And the first introduction, the MSEM sector in general participate in increasing state income and becomes a nationality priority because it can absorb a large number of workers so as to reduce employment. In the context of national development, the Indramayu Regency government encouraged micro, small, and medium enterprise (MSEM) to continue to innovate in order to dominate a wider market. Belladina Confection is one of the MSEs in Indramayu district and has been inaugurated since 2016. In developing its business, Belladina Confection seeks to provide
product excellence, and affordable pricing, purchasing decision are action that a person takes when choosing, buying, and using a product or service to fulfill his needs and desires. This is a literature review. In this one, first, purchase decision according to Kotler. A purchase decision is a special transaction consisting of a series of events including problem discover, attempt to finding information, assessment of alternative purchase decision, and post-purchase behavior. And then product quality according to Ciptono, product quality as the access of the product according to needs and is latent or hidden. Indicator are as follow. And next, perceived perception, and according to Ciptono, perceived price is related to how price information is understood and useful for customer. Next, research hypothesis, X1 product quality, X2 perceived perception, and Y purchase decision. And A1 product quality has a significant effect on purchase decision. H2 perceived perception has a significant effect on purchase decision, and A3 product quality and perceived perception have a significant effect on purchase decision. Next, research and method. First, object of search, product quality X1, perceived perception X2, and purchase decision Y. Well, the research subject are customer from Bella in the confection and population and sample. The population tag is all Bella in the confection customer. The sample used was 100 respondents using the Lemsdorf formula, and research method, description and quantitative. And next, linearity test, product quality on purchase decisions. Its definition from linearity 0.745 more than 0.05. Price perception of purchase decision, the value of site deviation from linearity 0.875 more than 0.05. And next, in this multiple linear, it is now that the VI value of the product quality X1 and the price perception X2 variable is 1.295 less than 10, and the tolerance value is 0.772 more than 0.1. So there is no multicollinearity in the data. Heteroscedasticity, that there is no clear pattern in irregular and the point spread above and below zero on the y-axis. Next, regression analysis. In this product quality regression on purchase decision, it can be seen that regression equation for product quality X1 on purchasing decision Y is Y equal 11.602 plus 0.592 X1. And next, price perception regression on purchase decision. It can be seen that price perception regression equation X2 on purchasing decision Y is Y equal 9.252 plus 0.61 X2. And last, product quality regression and price perception or on purchase decision. It can be seen the regression equation from product quality and price perception on purchasing decision is y equal 3.7 I0 plus 0.453 x1 plus 0.494 x2. This hypothesis test, t-test, and the result of the practical test for the product quality variable. Yes, sir. Quality variable obtained a significant value of 0.000 less than 0.05, and the result of the partial test for the price perception variable obtained a significant value of 0.002 less than 0.05. And hypothesis test, again, F-test, the results of the simultaneous test for product quality and price perception variables obtained a significant value of 0.00 less than 0.05, then is expected to show that there is an effect of product quality and price perception of purchasing decision. And conclusion, based on the result of the research that has been done, it can be concluded as follows. Point 1, product quality significantly influences purchasing decision with a relative contribution of 30.6%. Price perception has a significant effect on purchasing decision with a relative contribution of 9.6%. Product quality and price perception significantly influence purchasing decision with a relative contribution of 40.5%. Thank you. And
okay, thank you so much, Mr. Maulana Rizky. If the audience have question, please you can write in the chat section. And next, let us invite our next presenter, the last presenter in session 1, Dilip Kumar. Are you ready, Dilip Kumar?
Yes, sir, I am ready, sir.
Conclusion. A management concept in Bungo Lor Village is placed Cirebon Regency that can use as the learning resources in the subject material economics in the management. Environment-based LKPD teaching material design result from ethno-pedagogic studies in the Bungo Lor Village Cirebon Regency include 1. Title, cover, and word introduction and table and car complexity the curriculum phase, dan bis completion and concept map, subject matter, and text and step and the stage of developing LKPD teaching material, namely analysis, design, and development. Thank you very much. This is enough for my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Endang Heraman, for the presentation. And then we can go to the next presenter. Maybe Dr. M. Mohana Sundari from Kongu Engineer College, with title Digital Road Finder of Industrial Portfolio Information for Management Education.
Senang ngomong orang ini untuk saya praktek ya.
For Dr. M. Mohana Sundari, the time is yours. Ada nggak ya?
Am I audible? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, we can see your share screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, this is my presentation. Yes, good afternoon to all. My topic is Digital Route Finder of Industrial Portfolio Information for Management Education. So in the it's an introduction. Today, the information is very important for all the people, not only for the educational institutions and not only for the business people and whoever maybe the employees working in various organizations. All are need of the information. So information is very important for running our day-to-day life. So mostly the education management institutions and educational people, they are seeking for a lot of information to identify, collect, retrieve, analyze, and effectively using that retrieved data. The information is required, and the required skill is very important for the students, professionals, and users. This particular skill is called as the information literacy skill. From the management institutions, we are enhance the students to do that. So information always playing the vital role to enhance the knowledge of the student here. So this analysis, this particular research based on the following objectives. We have taken nearly 4 or 5 objectives for the purpose of the research. To study the purpose and the motives of management student seeking information and the level of satisfaction about the availability of the e-resources. Because when they go for the search of information, mostly the management students go for the information for doing their assignments and for doing their academic research, many projects, whatever. So they are what kind of resources available and what is the satisfaction level with the availability of the resources. That is the first objective. And to learn the quantum of and e-assets utilized by the students, which is available in front of them. That means which is held by the research center of the institution or the company, whatever. And to realize which kind of e-assets are often utilized by the administration of the industries. When the industries have separate research R&D or something, so they are always seeking for the information resources. So what kind of how they realize about it. So these are the objectives mainly we have taken. The other things are called as the secondary objectives, to decide the issues. What are the issues generally they are facing. So that is another one, and to suggest the idea for overcoming these issues with the support of the information technology and special technology of the blockchain technology, and some kind of recommendation can be provided based on the research. This is my objective. And here the context of empirical study, the information need of management student is very high. So the reasons are mainly they're using for the academic purposes, or doing the research to their maybe some kind of mini projects, and to the current level-based assignments. For that purpose, they are always expecting some various sources, and for their career development, they need to know what is the updates in the industry. For that, they are seeking for various informations, and industrial facts also very much important to running their maybe performance in the organization, or if they are in entrepreneur position, they need a lot of industrial facts. What is the thing is going in and around the industry? Based on that only they can take a decision. So for that purpose, we are always seeking for information. And the dominance of e-resources are always happening nowadays, because after the pandemic, during the pandemic also we are searching for a lot of information. Only available thing is the e-resources. We can't go for libraries, we can't go for other things. So we are mainly focused with the e-resources, what is available in front of us. So the fast development of the information technology also very much helpful for the people. Those are really in the need of information for doing their performances. So here I have listed few academic purposes related websites and data sources, and for career development and institutional information. As an academician, we can definitely know about Google Scholar and ResearchGate, EBSCOhost, Emerald, Prepost, and Science Direct. These are the things we are always searching information to do the various research, okay, for literature review and do other things. Okay, so other things also there for various purposes, and domination is always there. And impact of the blockchain technology in management is education happening now, because various sources are available in front of us, but each and everything is with a lot of restrictions. But the data providers also there, and the user also there. But between them, we need to have certain type of technology to safeguard the security of the service provider. So for that particular purpose, the companies can use blockchain technology towards the management education people. Those are in the really need of the informations. So I have listed few issues related to the what is that? The traditional and blockchain method. So mostly the issues are the trust building is very important, because when you have the resources in your hand, mostly we can do certain type of malpractices also. We can to avoid that. That's the main issue. So we can use blockchain technology here, and confidentiality of the data, and fault tolerances, performances, and the security issues always there with the most of the data providers. So for that they can avoid. So this is the impact of the blockchain technology in the management side. And the problem statement we have listed from the 2 points. One is the first one is the paywall and the availability. Paywall means so what is the problem is generally faced by the information seeker, right? So the first one is the paywall. Mostly we can search in the available resources like the Google Scholar, whatever, right? If it is not paid resources, so we need to go for the lot of issues. We can't get the entire data. We can only get the minimum of data, like abstract or something. Only we can get it from the resources. So some institutions, some organizations ready to pay, they can get into the membership. But the paid resources also sometimes and some kind of demerit to the researcher, because certain resources only available with the institutions. Maybe sometimes the information is there, but that is not relevant to our area. That is the one problem that people are generally facing. The available resources are there, paid resources are there. The institution, organization are member in a particular maybe service provider, but the thing is the information may not be relevant to the researcher. So that is the one problem they are facing. And the second one is the availability and issues always with respect to the accessibility of the data. So sometimes maybe the available data may be less, or we can't get the full text or something. Some kind of issues also there with the these are the two issues we are taking consideration for the research. This is the research methodology. So the survey is the base thing. Through the question only we have done the research here, and by using the SPS software we have done the regression, ANOVA and t-test, the things, and 600 responses were collected. More than 600 we have collected. 10 or 20 things rejected due to the missed data. So this is the research model here. Overall satisfaction of the management students concerning regarding the availability of the resources for the purpose purpose of the academic information, information retrieval, industrial information, career development information, business information, and the benefits of the data resources available. This is the thing. And the data analysis mainly focus with to examine these sort of e-resources utilized by the management student to discover the recurrence of utilization of e-resources, to design the issues looked by the students while utilizing the e-resources. And this is the demographic profile of the student. Sorry. This is the demographic profile of the respondents. So in this demographic things, it is inferred that 49% of the respondents are male and 51% of respondents are female, and 61% of the people respondents belong to the 20 to 22 age group, and about the 58% of the respondents pursuing first year their management courses, and 29% of the respondents are completed their post-graduation, and about 46% and 39% of the respondents from the semi-urban and urban area located colleges, and where 83% of respondents are fresher without any working experience. Among the 71% of the respondents are using minimum of 4 hours of online platform in a day, and 59% of the people are searching for their desired information for below 2 hours, while 33% of the people are searching for their information between 2 to 4 hours daily. So this is the thing happened with the percentage analysis, the demographic profile of the respondents. And next one is regression. When we're talking about the regression, this is mainly to identify the significant difference between the independent variable, that is benefits of the e-resources, and what are the information factor they have: information retrieval, career development factor, academic factor, industrial information. These are the independent variables we can consider, and the dependent variables like the level of satisfaction of the management students with the availability of the resources. We have to consider these two. The R square is 0.8. So it's a nice model we have achieved. So this analysis proved that there is a significant relationship between the dependent and independent variable. And the next one is the coefficient. So even though with the regression model we have identified the relationship between the independent and dependent model, so we need to do some more thing, that is level of satisfaction. We need to understand. For that we have to go with the coefficient. So this also gives the level of satisfaction is nice with the respondents. And descriptive statistics we have done. One second. Yes.
Okay.
So about the
yes. Sorry, Miss Muhammad Sundari, your name is A. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't hear you, ma'am. Pardon.
Your name is A.
Okay. Shall I go to the findings directly?
Yes. We can go to the next session in the section discussion. Okay. You can stop share screen.
Shall I continue, ma'am? Shall I continue? Okay, the findings and suggestions.
Maybe you can go to the conclusion.
Okay. So the general recommendations from the study is the information seeking skill training for institutions should be given to their students, because when the companies are having paid resources with them, they need to have information seeking skill. That awareness and training should be given by the institution. That is the first recommendation. And education policy should be improved, because each and every institution should have some paid resources. That kind of policy should be made by the government. And the next is the advancement on service provider technology. Service provider also need to reduce the cost, depends on the expectation of the industry. When they are using effectively with the science and technology, definitely they can reduce the price of the product. So these are the recommendations we have given through the research. And thank you all. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mohan. Mahendra Sundari. It was very interesting presentation. And then since there was 4 presenters who have delivered the presentation, it's time for the discussion session. Maybe you can write in the chat room or you can raise hand. If you have a question with the presentation, you can raise hand or write in the chat room.
All known to all of us. Previous effort by the governments like globalization, urbanization, income, and skyrocketing aspirations have actually asked for a newer kind of education. So with this, just I give a note about sustainable development is the biggest challenge because every industry is looking for a sustainability so that they can also, like other industry, they can also survive in the future. And this is a small literature, as I already told that this is a running paper. So literature review, this is the background. If you can see the diagram over here, higher education is considered to be a symbiotic learning these days. It's an applied learning. It's a learner center. So no, we actually depend on the students or their requirement, what they want to learn. So higher education is actually transforming. It's a cognitive learning. So knowledge is the main important thing, and knowledge is money, and knowledge actually needs to be imparted in a different way. It's a self-regulating learning and skills objective, innovative, insightful, and nowadays higher education is a creative problem solving. So people who are actually recruiting students from the MBA colleges, they need a problem solver, not an educated MBA or any other degree holder. They need someone who needs to have a problem solving ability. Okay, so with this, we started our journey, the small literature review, rather than research methodology I mentioned. As I told, it's again our triangulation study. We did a bibliometric study with VOSViewer, that is the social network analysis we did with Scopus database. And with that small learning, we actually interviewed through the people who involve the students, professor, admin staff from different colleges, so that they can share their views on higher education and sustainable development. So with this, we actually downloaded Scopus databases of last 15 years, so that just we can have a brief knowledge about what is higher education all about. We can see different nodes, as you all know. This is the SNF figure. We can see higher education are, so if you can see, there's one small node called planning. So higher education and planning has not been taken into account in recent years. So there lies actually a window of opportunity for the researchers and academicians to work on it. And so, as sir, my previous speaker has already told that NEP is actually implementing, but I am giving you the ground level truth. So this is another angle where we have already taken the sustainable development as a main node. We can see strategic planning. Sustainable development, if you see at the top, strategic planning is very far. So not a lot amount of research papers have actually concentrated on this strategic planning and sustainable development. So these are the window of opportunity we got to use. And this is the thing actually we got from the FGDs, and we coded them, their comments into smaller actual codes, and it got these leadership skills, entrepreneurship skills, multitasking, troubleshooting skills, use of social media and networking skills. So these four are actually the primary nodes we found, or the codes we have found, the ground level to that came from the students, staffs, professors, academicians. They all actually worked on this. So this is the figure actually we got from this FGDs. And since I told you, sir, again, a running paper. So what we are doing, we are actually building a model on this, and a quantitative study is still pending. So with this small learning, we are actually concluding and mentioning the future scope. Obviously, concluding HE towards that is higher education is a challenge. The sustainability is a challenge for higher education these days. Because as my previous speaker has told, that there are many MBA colleges, many students, aspirations. They are actually, so somehow the student fraternity, the academic fraternity, they are actually confused what to do and what not to do. Even the industry people are also thinking of actually what skill category they need to get from the students. So with this confusion all around and everyone looking for a sustainable future, so this paper looks at the basic critical factors that need focus, that need planning, that need strategical consideration. So with this, actually, I end my presentation over here by telling a future scope, because redesigning the course curriculum is not only considers students, employers, but also the employees consisting of staff and faculties. So the age-old syllabus, the age-old curriculums of looking at this industry, looking at just business-minded kind of thing needs to be actually followed. Rather, we need to build a resource so that every MBA college creates a resource so that they can be easily adopted and taken by the industry. So there lies a harmony between the academicians, the students, and the industry. Okay, so since I have mentioned many times, it's a running paper, so we are looking forward to build a model on this, and the full paper obviously will take into account, and it's undergoing analysis. Okay, so with this small presentation, thank you so much, sir. Dinar sir, I'm done for my presentation.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kautik Samadar, for your interesting presentation about the marketing in higher education. Okay, the presenter number 6, we will continue for the presenter number 6. So if you, all of you, same with our first part, where all of you have some question to ask in this research, or you want to provide your insight on this research, you can write down the chat session. Or later when we open the session, you can directly ask by raise your hand. So the next presenter is Miss Reni Febriana, Miss Eli Astuti, Miss Nurwahtuning Sulistiawati from Universitas PGRI Madiun with a paper or research title is a determinant of student readiness to become educator through self-efficacy. So already share your screen, Miss Reni Febriana.
Yes, okay, right.
Yes. So without further ado, let us invite our next presenter. The number 6 is Miss Reni Febriana from Universitas PGRI Madiun. You have 10 minutes on this presentation, so the time is yours. Thank you, Miss.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon all. Introduce myself. My name is Reni Febriana from PGRI Madiun University. In here, I will present of the result of my research entitled Determinant of Student Readiness to Become Educators Through Self-Efficacy. Education is trying to bring individual to learn and develop themselves from skill, knowledge, and attitudes. Improve quality human resource in one. The step needs awareness of become importance of prioritizing education as a mandatory thing. the readiness of students to become educators is where a person psychological and psychological condition is ready and able to carry out their duties. The readiness is obtained through micro-teaching course introducing to school environment 1 or PLP1 and introducing to school environment 2 or PLP2. Social cognitive theory, also known as social learning self-efficacy theory, refers to a person belief that he or she is capable of carrying out tasks. In self-efficacy, there are 3 components, including the level of task difficulty, the strength of belief, and the boards are area of behavior.
Pak Zulfikar, kemudian Pak Gede, dan and then Bu Nyoman Rasma for your presentation. It's time for us to discuss about the presentation. There is some question in chat room from Ibu Yeni for Ibu Cici and Pak Zulfikar, but because of the presenter have answered the question in the chat room, I think it's no need for us to open discussion session. I think it's still one question, Mbak. Still one question for Mbak. Masih ada satu, Mbak. Yang untuk
the next slide about discussion. Hypothesis 1. Discussion 1. Micro-teaching positively affect the readiness of FKIP Unipma students to become educators. The result of test show that micro-teaching positively affect the readiness of FKIP Unipma students to become educators. In implementation micro-teaching, students are learned to understand, competent, relate to the context of skill and how to move skill from one other in the right curriculum and the right times. The situation is a form of belief strength, so it supports the social cognitive theory. 2. PLP1 positively affects to readiness of FKIP Unipma students to become educators. The partial test results show that PLP1 positively affect the readiness of FKIP Unipma students to become educators. The implementation of PLP1 begins with a debriefing by the PLP1 committee. They are followed by observation about the school environment and understanding of education management. In the next stage, student analysis to school environment in the hope that student will get to know more about the place where PLP1 is carried out. This creating confidence that they can carry off activity partly or only in specific domain. This situation is from of the bird's field of behavior, so it supports the social cognitive theory. 3. The introducing of school environment 2 or PLP2 positively affect the readiness of FKIP Unipma students become educators. The partial test results show that PLP2 positively affect the readiness of FKIP Unipma students to become educators. Implementation of the introduce of a sustainable school environment 2 from PLP2 PLP1. The implementation of PLP2 is carried out in class and is no longer observed. Students are tried to make a syllabus as a reference for future learning. Civil servant teachers are introduced to understand and prepare learning to and listen plan through syllabus development. This situation is a form of the level of difficulty in the self to support the social cognitive theory. 4. Microteaching has a positively effect on self-efficacy. The t-test can be seen that microteaching has positively after on the readiness to become educators. Students of implementation of microteaching in terms of using learning method and models, learning media, and capability learning tools. 5. Introducing to school environment or PLP1 positively affect self-efficacy. The result of the t-test show that PLP1 positively affect self-efficacy. The implementation of PLP1 began with the briefing by PLP1 committee. They are followed by exploring the school environment and understanding school management. In the following process, student analysis the school environment with the hope that student will understand more deeply the place where PLP1 is held, thus creating self-confidence that they can carry out active more freely. 6. The introduction of the school environment PLP 2 has a positive effect on self-efficacy. The result of the t-test show that PLP2 positively affects self-efficacy. FKIP Unipma students are rightness to make learning tools a reference for future learning. Queens for civil servant, teacher to understand and prepare learning tool and lesson plan following the development of learning tools. 7. Self-efficacy positively affect the rightness of FKIP Unima students to become educators. The result of the t-test show that efficacy positively affects student rightness to become educators. Self-efficacy will emerge from the experience of success or failure. FKIP Unima students have high efficacy and confident in themselves will make to the optimist about the result of their work. 8. Micro teaching positively affect the rightness of FKIP Unima students to become educators and can be mediated through self-efficacy. Based on the partial test, it is known that micro teaching positively affect the rightness of FKIP Unima students through self-efficacy. In implementation micro teaching, students are trained to understand concept related
the time
to
is running out, so you can maybe jump to your conclusion to finish this presentation. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
So 1 minute, maybe you can jump to conclusion, and then we move to the next presentation.
The last slide is the conclusion. In this research, micro-teaching, PLP1 and PLP2 positively affect the rightness of FKIP Unima students to become educators. It's part of micro-teaching and PLP1, PLP2 positively affect self-efficacy. Self-efficacy positively affect to the rightness of FKIP Unima students to become educators. As part of micro-teaching, PLP1, PLP2 positively affect the rightness of FKIP Unima students to become educator through the efficacy as in the intervening variable, which is reality high. Based on for teacher competition for student rightness to become educators, pedagogic competence are categorized as very good. The pedagogic competence of each student most strongly influence the rightness of FKIP Unima students to become educators. When incoming, here is something that all from my presentation. If I wrong, I'm sorry. Thank you for your attention and good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Miss Reni Febriana from Universitas PGRI Madiun for presentation the title Determinant of Student Readiness Become Educator Through Self-Efficacy. So when you all of you have a question or insight from this presentation, you can fill or write them down to the chat session, or later on the session open, you can directly ask to the presenter. So last but not least, our number 7 presentation is come from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. The presenter is Ibu Siti Umi Khayatun Mardia, Prof. Muhyadi.
Through this technology, the greater expense of running and the energy consumption are other issues that would prevent the use of blockchain technology in tourist destinations. Through this, we would come to final suggestions. This study is generally exploratory in nature, and the current case studies are all confirmed to proofs that both subsequent stages of the project will offer more information about the actual value propositions. Future studies can concentrate on the business who already use a blockchain system as part of their business model. For instance, as said, TUI's WebSwap application, which is built on blockchain, is already as effective. Then the customer satisfaction analysis. As a result, case studies provide efficiency analysis, which can be integrating areas of research in the future. From this, we would like to conclude that many people compare the development of blockchain with that of internet, since it has the potential to provide future discoveries too. Without a doubt, blockchain technology has the potential to significantly advance various industries, including the tourism. The development of connections of interoperable networks, both within the tourism sector and within the allied businesses, is essential for the successful application of blockchain. Because of this, blockchain technology is frequently referred to as a double-edged knife, and decentralization, security, and transparency characteristics could occasionally aid in the fight against fraud and corruptions. But if it is necessary, infrastructure is lacking, it could cause market structure to be distorted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Givana, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I will invite the next presenter. Yopi Nisa Febianti and Dinda Siti Nurhaliza. Yeah, with the title Influence of Electronic Word of Mouth and Word of Mouth in Decision to Use Dana Digital Wallet Application. To Ms. Yopi Nisa Febianti and team, you have 10 minutes. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Maybe good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Miss.
Okay. I want to read my article. Okay. This title is influence of electronic word of mouth and word of mouth decision to use Dana digital wallet application. Introduction. The development of technology has developed rapidly in the modern era. One example of technological development that have increased in Indonesia, which has an impact on non-cash payment system or secure electronic money, especially digital wallet. According to CNBC Indonesia in Aulia Siska, there are 38 digital wallet applications that have been officially licensed. Digital wallet transaction in Indonesia reaches $1.5 million in 28 and will continue to increase to $25 billion in 2023. One of the most popular digital wallet applications in Indonesia is Dana. Dana is required to pay attention to its marketing strategy in order to remain able to survive and grow with communication consumer able to know the product offered by the company and become consumer consideration is in making decision to use digital wallet, especially Dana. One of the marketing strategies implemented by Dana to attract consumer is electronic word of mouth communication. As for another marketing strategy that is able to draw the next decision on the use of Dana, namely word of mouth. According to Rahayu Puji and Muhammad Edward, consumer trust review of or opinion more from consumer who have used the product regarding the assessment of a product. In fact, consumers are more interested in the experience of someone who is able to change their view to try the product. The company just has to keep trying to provide the best service in every product performance. Research method. This study uses a quantitative approach with a survey method. According to Darna and Alin, survey research is research that is used to obtain data from certain natural places by carrying out treatment in data collection. For example, by distributing questionnaires, structure interview, and so on in large and small population. The population used is the student of the Faculty of Education and Science in Universitas Gunung Jati. Total student 116 students. The sample technique used in this research is purposive sampling. According to Srinyoto and Alisodi, purposive sampling is a technique for determining sample with certain consideration or special selection. To determine the number of samples from a population, the formula from solving. Based on the result of calculation using this formula, the number of samples obtained is 91.03 and is rounded up to 100 respondents. This is done by the author with the aim of eliciting research. In the study, the author used quantitative data analysis, which includes validity test, reliability test, classical assumption test, is normality, multicollinearity, and heteroscedasticity, multiple regression analysis, hypothesis testing, t-test, f-test, coefficient of determination, and dominant test. Result and decision. This is hypothesis testing, t-test. The electronic word of mouth variable has a significant value of 0.017. The value is smaller than 0.05. Manual for Ticon, the value is 2.438. The table is 1.984. Based on this, it can be said that the first hypothesis, namely Hypothesis 1, the electronic word of mouth variable has a partially significant effect on the decision variable to use the accepted Dana application. The word of mouth variable has a significant value of 0.000. The value is smaller than 0.05. Manual for Ticon, the value is 10.0152. The table 1.984. Based on this, it can be said that the second hypothesis, namely hypothesis 2, the word of mouth variable has a significant and partially positive effect on the decision variable to use the accepted Dana application. And dominant test, the table shows that the variable with the most dominant influence on the dependent variable decision of using the Dana application is the word of mouth variable with the largest standard coefficient value of 0.726. Conclusion: based on the result of the study, the following conclusion can be drawn. 1. Electronic word of mouth has a significant effect on decision to use the Dana application for students of the Faculty of Education and Science. The reason is the high intensity by students in seeking information in the form of review, both positive review and negative review on social media. This illustrates that the better the review given by consumers regarding the Dana digital wallet service on social media, the better the decision to use Dana to potential consumers for the recommended product. 2. Word of mouth has a significant effect on decision to use the Dana application for students on the Faculty of Education and Science. The reason is that word of mouth is effective because the origin of tasks come from the closest people by not taking advantage of their own recommendation. Therefore, many students are interested in making use decision on the Dana digital wallet from in 3 dimensions, namely discussing, recommending, and encouraging. 3. Word of mouth has the most dominant influence on decision to use Dana digital wallet for students on the Universitas Gunung Jati Faculty of Education and Science. Based on the result of hypothesis testing, it can be seen that the two variables, both electronic word of mouth and word of mouth, both influence the decision to use the Dana digital wallet. From the result of the dominant test, it is known that the word of mouth variable is the most dominant variable in influencing the decision to use the Dana digital wallet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Yopi Nisa Febianti. It was a very interesting
steady. So this is the table about the result from the regression method based on the recap, the multiple regression, the test result, the regression confidence R value is 0.832 with a p value of 0.000 alpha, reject with a mean that there are an effect of a product quality and celebrity endorsers. The purchase decision of Y with a contribution 17 influence. These results indicate that 17 of purchase decision are influenced by product quality. So for the next is based on the reputation before product quality and celebrity endorsers, simulation have a positive and significant effect of skincare Wardah. In addition to improve product quality, it is also necessary to expand a market and reach the creating advertisement and selecting advertisement stars that are in accordance with the product offered to the increase the number of the purchases. And then about the product quality, partly give a positive and significant effect on purchasing decision. This show that the better quality of the product, the ability to perform its function, product durability, reliability, precision is of operation and repair. And then about the celebrity endorsers, partly positive and significant effect on purchasing decision. And the next, we move to about the conclusion and suggestion. So based on the result of the discussion conduct, the study reached the following conclusion among other. The first is about the product quality endorsers have a positive and significant impact on the Wardah purchasing decision for the skincare. This demonstrates that the creator, the level of product quality, and the role of celebrity endorsers provided by the company, the greater number of purchase model. And then the second is about the product quality has a positive and significant impact on the purchasing decision of Wardah skincare product. This indicate that the higher the level of purchasing decision, and then the higher the level of product trust. And then the last is about the celebrity endorsers also has a positive and significant impact on Wardah purchasing decision for the skincare product. This indicate that the level of purchasing decision is proportional to the quality and an endorser's role in promotion a product. And the last, we move to the suggestion. On the basis of the result of the analysis, discussion, and conclusion, this study, a number of recommendations are made to improve the future outcome of this research. This research serves as a reference of product manufacture in an effort to improve purchasing decision. Producers are expected to further essence product quality and the role of celebrity endorsed by and change the material and product design of Wardah skincare. So that's all from my presentation today. Thank you for your attention and thank you.
Okay, thank you to Bapak Gede. It was a very interesting presentation, like other presenters. Again, I remind for all participants to write your question, your insight, your response for Pak Gede in the chat box. And then let us invite the last presenter on this room, Bapak Danang Wahyudi. Are you hear me, Pak Danang? Pak Danang, are you here? Halo, Pak Danang.
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
Hello.
Yeah, I hear
Hello.
you. Yeah.
Okay, yes.
I hear. Okay, Pak Danang.
Thank you, Miss Dari. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Good
wabarakatuh.
afternoon, everybody. Introduce my name, Danang Wahyudi, from the Faculty of Economic and Business, Yogyakarta University. On this session, I will present the result of my article with the title Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah. With the title of analysis of the influence of factor selection of information technology on performance of individual bank employee in Yogyakarta City. Background, bank is a business entity that collects funds from the public in the form of saving and distribute them to the public in the form of credit and or other form in order to improve the standard of living of the community. As a company that always want to provide the best service for its customer, one of the effort that must be made is to pay attention to its use, affect technology to provide the best service to our customer. Problem formulation, 2 social factor, efficiency, complexity, sustainable and long-term consequence in the selection of information technology affect the individual performance of bank employee in the city of Yogyakarta. In this research, we reference several previous studies, including Muhammad in 2004, and August 2006. Research conducted by August 2006 found that social factor, effect and condition that facilitate the use of information technology has a positive and significant influence on choice information system technology. For complexity, positive and significant result we obtain for the selection of information system technology, while task sustainability and long-term consequence had a positive and insignificant relationship with the selection of information technology. Based on some previous study, the hypothesis in study is that social factor, affection, complexity, stability, and long-term consequence in the selection of information technology have a significant effect on the individual performance of employee bank in city of Yogyakarta. The variable in this study consists of independent variable and dependent variable. Independent variable consists of social factor, affectation factor, complexity factor, conformity factor, long-term consequence factor, and dependent variable is individual performance. In the study, the population is all employees of various banks in the city of Yogyakarta. Based on the rescue theory criteria, the number of samples in the study is 100 people. In the study, we use multiple regression. Result. From the result of multiple regression analysis in the following table, it can be explained that social factor have significant effect on the individual performance of bank employee. This is shown in the significant probability value of 0.015, which is smaller than 0.05, as well as for the effective sustainability and long-term consequence, except for the complexity factor, which has no significant effect on individual performance, because the significant probability is 0.093, greater than 0.05. Conclusion, social factor, affectation, stability, and long-term consequence in the selection of information technology have a significant effect on the individual performance of bank employee in the city of Yogyakarta. The complexity factor in the selection of information technology has a significant effect on individual performance of bank employee. No significant effect on the individual information for bank employees in the city of Yogyakarta. Suggestion: The social impact of the selection of information technology on the individual performance of employees at various banks in the city of Yogyakarta need to be further improved so that employees feel more comfortable when booking using existing information technology. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for Pak Danang. For all other presenter, again I remind for all participants in this room to write your question, your response, your insight for Pak Danang in the chat room. In fact, actually, we still have one presenter who want to present her article. So I invite Ibu Teguh Irawati. Ibu Teguh, can you hear me? Ibu Irawati, can you hear me?
Yes,
Are you
yes,
here?
ma'am, I can.
Okay. Ibu Teguh will present her article titled "The Effect of Leverage and Sales Growth on the Financial Distress with Company Size as a Moderating Variable, Study on Manufacturing Company List in the Indonesia Stock Exchange." But Bu Teguh, I remind you that you only have 10 minutes for your presentation. Don't too long. Okay, Bu Teguh, time's for you.
Okay, Miss, thank you.
Sorry, Pak Danang. Halo, Pak Danang. Please stop your screen. Pak Danang, halo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me to introduce myself first. My name is Nugroho Erwati from Faculty of Economy, Universitas Sarjana Taman Yogyakarta. Today, I would like to present my research with the title "The Effect of Leverage and Sales Growth on the Financial Distress with the Company Size as a Moderating Variable." Study on manufacturing companies list on the Indonesian Stock Exchange or IDX in 2016 to 2019. On this International Conference of Business, Economic and Social Science. The introduction of this paper is financial distress is defined as the final stage in a company's organizational performance decline before becoming bankrupt. The condition of financial distress can occur in all types of companies, including the manufacturing industry. A company must be able to maintain and improve its performance in order to survive healthy conditions. Avoiding financial distress can be one of the causes of the company bankrupt. In fact, there are still the companies in Indonesia that have been bankrupt in various reasons. The companies that declare bankrupt means that they have experienced the final condition of a decline in performance, namely financial distress, so that they can be threatened, delisting or removal by Indonesian Stock Exchange. Some examples of manufacturing companies in Indonesia that have experienced delisting include Sarini Agro Asia Corporindo, then Jaya Paristel Tbk, PT.D Aneka Jaya Kemasindo, Taiso Paramesal Indonesia, PT Semakul Inti Prakasa, and PT Sekawan Inti Pratama. Referring to the above phenomenon, financial distress is still a problem that must address today, given the important role of the manufacturing industry on the Indonesian economy. The result of the research can fundamentally contribute to several parties. From the companies, the research can be used as an additional reference in improving their financial performance and making other strategies to avoid the occurrence of financial distress. For investors, this research can be used as a model recommendation in measuring financial distress, assisting in making investment decisions. The last contribution is for academics. This research can be used as a reference for conducting further research. The next is literature review. The theory used in this research is agency theory and signaling theory. And then the next is research framework. Based on the above framework, the hypothesis in this study include the first hypothesis is leverage as a positive effect on financial distress. And then the two hypothesis also has a negative effect on financial distress. The third hypothesis, companies sustain the influence of leverage on financial distress. And the last hypothesis, companies sustain the influence of sales growth on financial distress. The next is research methodology. This research employs quantitative research method, and then the population in this study are manufacturing sector companies list on the Indonesian Stock Exchange in 2016 to 2019. Then the sampling method, the proposed sampling method was used in this study. And then the source and data analysis techniques, the data was obtained from the IDX official website and analyzed using descriptive statistics, classical assumption testing, and hypothesis testing. The next is the result and discussion. The first is independent to dependent. There is determination coefficient test. Test result of the coefficient of determination can be seen from the adjusted R-square, which show 0.056. Independent variable leverage, sales growth, and size can affect financial distress by 0.056 or 5.6%, while the remaining 94.4% is influenced by variable outside in this model. And the next is F-test and T-test. The results show as follows. Independent variables simultaneously leverage, sales growth, and size have a significant effect on financial stress with a significant value of 0.001 less than 0.05. The leverage variable has a significant effect on financial distress. Seen from the value 0.01, significant is smaller than 0.005. The sales growth variable has a significant value of 0.269 greater than 0.05, which means the sales growth is not significant to financial stress. The size variable has a significant value of 0.06, which is smaller than 0.05, so it has a significant effect on financial distress. And the next is moderation test result. Determination coefficient test. The coefficient of determination test can be seen from the R-square value, when the number shows 0.030, which means the independent variable M1 and M2 can affect the dependent variable of financial distress by 30%, while 97% is influenced by other variable outside in the research model. The next is F-test and T-test. The results show that the variable M1 is a moderating variable result from the interaction between leverage and size when the significant number of 0.004 is less than 0.05. The size variable is able to significantly moderate leverage on financial distress. The M2 variable is a moderating variable resulting from the interaction between size and sales growth when their significant number of 0.306 is greater than 0.05. The size variable is not able to significantly moderate the sales growth on financial distress. And the last in conclusion, the leverage and size have a significant effect on financial distress, while the sales growth variable does not significantly affect financial distress. Size is able to significantly moderate the effect of leverage on financial distress, but variable size is not able to significantly influence the effect of leverage on financial distress. Okay, that's all of my presentation. Thank you very much for your greater attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Teguh Erawati. It's time to discussion section, but I look at the chat room. There is no question for Pak Danang, for Pak Gede, for Butego, but I have one question for you, Butego. I think your data is data panel data, but you analysis the data with uh, multiple regression. Maybe you can give me explanation what the reason of uh, your analysis. Thank you, Butego. Okay, Butego. I wait for your explanation before we close all of our session.
Ma'am, your voice is very low, ma'am. Please speak loudly. Hello. Ma'am, your voice is very low, ma'am. I don't know what did you say?
Hello. Yeah. Yeah.
Now it's okay, ma'am. Your voice is okay.
Oh, sorry. It is our first section of this discussion session. Okay, I will close this session. Thank you, Bapak Ibu. We are now at the end of the discussion session and our parallel presentation of ICEBESS and ACoMC 22 as the chairperson of the session and also a representative of the committee. I and Mbak Lisa would like to thank you for your participation. We would welcome any advices to help us improve the next event. And then I wait for you in the ICEBESS and ICOMC 2023. Thank you for all. See you in the next time. Okay.
Ma'am, is there any presentation for us, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Ms. Arafan. It is first. It is a first section of this parallel session. I will close the room now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. You can leave the room now and then enter again before I close the room. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. See you all.
Tes, 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 tes. Ya, tes, 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 tes. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Kurang banter ya? Parallel session number 1 is already finished and we'll be take a break for 30 minutes and we will continue for the parallel session number 2 at 3 past 30. Thank you very much. Oh, tes, tes, udah. Attention, the parallel session number 1 is already finished and we will continue again in 30 minutes. So the participant, you can take a break and also for the committee and we will join again in parallel session number 2 at 3 past 30. Thank you very much.
Test.
ACoMC 2022, hosted by Faculty of Economics Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. My name is Retna Yudiati, and I am the chairperson for the parallel presentation season in Room 1, Session 2. Today, we are having a wonderful opportunity to share our idea and study results with interested audiences. Each of you is skilled individuals and with various backgrounds. I'm pretty sure that you can provide advice or opinion to help your fellow presenters to improve his or her study. I hope that each of you can obtain the most benefit from the session. Well, before we start our session, I would like to inform you of the rules of our parallel presentation sessions. First, please prepare your presentation media. We advise you to use Microsoft PowerPoint or other similar Office applications to create your presentation media. However, you are free to use other presentation media as long as you are sure that there will not be any technical issues during your presentations. This session will be divided into two parts. The first part will consist of 4 presenters, and the second part will consist of 3 presenters who have the opportunity to deliver their presentation. Each presenter will have 10 minutes to deliver your presentations. When there are only 2 minutes remain in your allocated times, I will remind you by chat and voice. So my apologies if I may disturb you during your presentation. I have the right to cut your presentation if you exceed your allocated time. You will share your presentation media by using your own computer. There will be a panel discussion session held after each subsections, and after the presenters in each subsections have delivered their presentation. The discussion session will be held for the first subsection. We will held for 15 minutes, and the second one will be held for 10 to 15 minutes. Participants who want to ask questions or provide advice or any comments or contribute to the discussion in any kind of way need to write down the name of the presenter they want to ask, accompanied by the question or at least asking for the permission in the chat section. Participants will be permitted to write down the question during the presentations, so you do not need to wait until the presentation is over. As the chairperson, I retain the right to choose which questions you deliver to respective presenters. Participants are permitted to deliver their question or idea personally by using voice feature provided the chairperson, that is me, allows them. Those are the rules of the parallel presentation sessions of ICEBESS and ACoMC 2022. Now, let us start our presentation session. For the first section, we will have 4 presenters. The first team will be Nimade Merliawati and team. Second team, Dian Permana Putri and team. The third one will be Nancy Angelia Purba and team, and the fourth one will be Herman Shah and team. For now, I would like to take an attendance. Is Nimade Merliawati and team already present here, or any representative? Okay, no one. We will skip for the second team. Is there anyone who represent Dian Permana Putri and team? Yes, I present. Thank you very much. So, okay, so Dian Permana Putri and team, and then take an attendance for Nancy Angelia Purba and team. Oh yeah, also, thank you very much for your attendance. And the third, the fourth, Herman Shah and team. Is there anyone who represent team here?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, for now we'll have the three presenters, and if the first team, Nima Demelawati and team is not present after Hermansyah presentation, we will continue to Eti Fitriani and team before we have our panel discussions. Okay, now I will invite the first presenter, Dian Permana Putri Ruliani and Rofanda Wiradinata, who is going to deliver a presentation from their article titled The Influence of Entrepreneurship, Education, and Social Environment on the Entrepreneurial Intention, a study on economic education students. Presenters, you have 10 minutes. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present our paper, and the title of the paper is The Influence of Entrepreneurship, Education, and Social Environment on the Entrepreneurial Intention, Study on Economic Education Student. Okay, for backgrounds, the number of the unemployed in Indonesia is relatively high, and how to deal with unemployment, and so we have to get an effort to increase of entrepreneurial intention to deal with unemployment. And then the entrepreneurship education shapes the attitudes, behaviors, and mindset for the students. So the social environment also plays an important role in generating one's interest. And the research purpose are to determine the effect of the entrepreneurship education on the interest in entrepreneurship of economic education students. And the second is to determine the influence of the social environment on the entrepreneurial interest of economic education students. And the third are to determine the effect of entrepreneurship education and the social environment on the entrepreneurial intention of economic education students. And for the theoretical review, we have Rosyanti and Irianto, 2019, that entrepreneurship education is a deliberate approach to develop potential by expanding students' knowledge, intention, and abilities to express themselves in creative, innovative, and risk-taking behavior. And also social environment by Vernia in 2019 shows that the social environment is a community environment where there is interaction between individual with one another and individual with group or group with groups. And the third one is entrepreneurial intention by Uproar at 2016 said that intention of entrepreneur is a feeling of liking and being attracted to someone in entrepreneurship activities, but not because of person. And from for the framework of our research is by entrepreneurship education and social environment influence that entrepreneurial intention. And the hypothesis of the research in hypothesis 1 is entrepreneurship education has a positive and significant effect of entrepreneurial intention. And the second hypothesis that social environment has a positive and significant effect of entrepreneurial intention. And then the third hypothesis that entrepreneurship education and the social environment have a positive and significant effect on students' entrepreneurial intention. And the research method in our study is survey with quantitative approach And the population is economic education students or Faculty of Education and Science in Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati Cirebon, and the sample is done with purposive sampling and 55 students. And the data analysis technique with instrument test, classical assumption test, multiple regression test, and determinant coefficient test, also hypothesis testing. And the data collection techniques is our primary data with the questionnaire and interview, and the secondary data is by books and journal. The results are based on the normality test with done with SPSS version 25. One sample Kolmogorov Smirnov test have a significant value in 0.200 and also higher than 0.05, and then the data is normally distributed. And the test result of entrepreneurship against the entrepreneurial intention was the significant value are 0.001, and this is lower than 0.05, and then T count are higher than the T count. And then the conclusion is hypothesis null is rejected and hypothesis A is accepted, and also that the number is have there are influence with the variable. And then the test result of social environment through entrepreneurial intention have the significant value lower than 0.05, and then the T count is higher than T table, and so hypothesis null is rejected and is accepted, hypothesis A is accepted, so that the meaning is there is an influence between the social environment through entrepreneurial intention. And then the third one, for the F-test result of social environment, entrepreneurship education, and through entrepreneurial intention have the significant value lower than 0.05 and have a higher of value of F by F table. Then F count is 8.097, and so there is a rejected of hypothesis null and hypothesis A are accepted, so there is a positive significant influence on education entrepreneurial interest of economic education students. And there is a recapitulation of variable by entrepreneurship education, social environment through entrepreneurial intention. And then for the conclusion is there is a significant influence of entrepreneurship education on interest in entrepreneurship. And the second conclusion is there is a significant influence of the social environment on the entrepreneurial intention. And the third one is there is a significant influence of entrepreneurship education and social environment on interest in entrepreneurship. Thank you for the time, and then the time I taken from moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dian Permana Putri. Okay, berarti pretty much there are already some of you who want to provide some your insights or maybe want to ask some questions. You can write them down.
So users can expect good performance. And the last, maintaining the system service quality. The payment application is anticipated to be able to maintain the quality of system service so that users will continue to utilize the application system provide. Okay, this research I present. Thank you for your attention. I'm Ella. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Erla Nur Aini. I'm pretty sure that there are already some of you who want to ask questions or provide your insight. You can write them down in the chat section. Now, without further ado, let us invite our next presenter, Ardian Prima Putra. Are you ready? Okay, Ardian Prima Putra, Christine Primasari, Purwanto Sari Widati, who is going to deliver a presentation titled The Effect of Profit Balance Trading Volume Activity or TVA and Return on Investment on Stock Price. You have 10 minutes. Okay, time is yours. Okay. Share your presentation. You have 10 minutes for presentation.
So who will do presentation? Can you say the name of the presenter?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Any problem?
Yes.
Wait a few minutes, Mr. Saravanan.
Who will do the presentation, sir? I'm not getting you. Your voice is breaking.
Okay.
Maybe
Mr. Ardian.
For the next person, maybe.
Sorry.
Minta duluan ini ya.
Give for a while.
Saravanan.
Ardian, maybe.
Any problem?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe mungkin next presenter.
Yes.
Last.
Because this Ardian any problem, we are the next presenter, Salman Faris Insani. Are you
Yes.
ready?
I am ready.
Okay, Salman Faris Insani, next presenter. The title, the effect of return on equity, earnings per share, net profit margin, and exchange rate on stock price of family companies in the property and real estate sector. You have 10 minutes. Time is yours, Mr. Salman Faris.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Rustam, for your time for me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Salman Faris Insani, and my research team are Aryani Wahyu Wijayanti and Eka Ayu Widyastuti. Our affiliation comes from Department of Management, Faculty of Economic, Universitas Veteran Bangun Nusantara Sukoharjo, Indonesia. The title of our research is The Effect of Employee Involvement, Work Environment, and Organizational Learning on Organizational Commitment in the Manufacturing Industry Sector. The first question is why this study is important. Well, it is because organizational commitment in Indonesia is indicated relatively low. The result from the previous research from Tower Watson survey, this is 66% of employees tend to leave the organization where they work. This is also shown by the global leadership study research, which indicate that more than 30% of employees in Indonesia will be looking for a new job in the near future. 20% of employees who plan to change workplace in the next year. 30% will admit that they are currently looking for a new job right now. Based on this description, it can be concluded that the organizational commitment of employees in Indonesia needs to be improved. This fact underlines the argument for the importance of the study of employee organizational commitment in Indonesia. And then, to overcome the problem, this study conceptualizes the model as follows. Based on previous research, there are three factors that influence organizational commitment. The first variable is employee involvement, and then work environment, and the last is organizational learning. The hypothesis formulated for this study, therefore, hypothesis 1, employee involvement has a positive effect on organizational commitment. Hypothesis 2, the work environment has a positive effect on organizational commitment. And hypothesis 3, organizational learning has a positive effect on organizational commitment. The object in this study are employees of the manufacturing industry sector in Indonesia. The reason for choosing this object is because the economic growth in Indonesia as one of the strategic economic area in the world is large, supported by manufacturing industry sector for right now. So this is the result for respondent characteristic. Based on the table, it is known that the respondents are predominantly female, 73.3%, and the age range is between 17 to 27 old, as much as 81%. Most of the respondents work in Wonogiri and Sukoharjo, Central Java, with the most occupation in production operation. Next is the result for validity test on 4 variables in this study. Based on the result of the validity test in the table with 105 respondents, and from the 4 variables totaling 24 questionnaire items, there are 2 invalid items, namely the 9th item for the employee involvement variable and the 5th item for the work environment construct. And the rest can be said to be valid because it has been extracted perfectly and has a factor loading more than 0.5. And then this is the reliability test result. Based on the table, it can be concluded that in general, all the variables used in the study were declared reliable. To test the hypothesis in this study, we use multiple linear regression analysis method in ICEBESS software. The results are presented in the following table. Employee involvement has no significant effect on organizational commitment because the significant value is 0.643, which means the value is greater than 0.5. The work environment has a positive and significant effect on organizational commitment, and organizational learning has a positive and significant effect on organizational commitment. So it can be concluded that the hypothesis 1 is not supported, while hypothesis 2 and 3 are supported. And then for the discussion part. For the effect of employee engagement on organizational commitment, the result of this study indicate that employee involvement has no significant effect on organizational commitment. This can happen because every employee has a more participatory and enthusiastic attitude toward his work to assist the organization in achieving the desired goal. And then for the effect of work environment and organizational commitment hypothesis, the result of this study indicate that the work environment has a positive and significant effect on organizational commitment. This can happen because an employee who works in an organization will feel comfortable, and the work environment created in the organization is perceived in good condition. For the last is the effect of organizational learning on organizational commitment. The result of this study indicate that organizational learning has a positive and significant effect on organizational commitment. This can happen if the organization has made organizational learning as one of the efforts to improve the ability of employee through various programs that have been set and provide learning opportunity for every employee who work in it. And the limitation for this study are as follows. First, the number of samples obtained for each region is not balanced. The online data collection through Google Form provides several obstacles, and this study does not differentiate firm size for each region. So, the suggestion for future research are: future research is expected to determine a more balanced number of samples to represent each region, and it is expected to pay more attention to the distribution of questionnaire to respondents both directly and online. Further research is expected to be able to distinguish the size of the companies that are sampled in each region. This is the end of my presentation. Thanks for your attention. Stay positive, stay healthy. Good afternoon. Mr. Muhammad Rustam Afandi, time is yours.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Salman Faris Insani.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ardian Prima Putra, are you ready? Okay. It was a very interesting presentation. Let us start next presenter.
Activating my my video, because due to the restriction, unsuitable device, I try to present here. The title is looking at enactment of Sharia insurance in Indonesia context. Preliminary research, So, ladies and gentlemen, this is still in preliminary research, so still in the beginning of the investigations. Our teams would like to investigate further about how actually the Sharia insurance running in Indonesia. And in this case, we try to focus on the enactment of Sharia insurance in a case of Sharia insurance in Cirebon, in Cirebon. Okay, this research actually, managed by Nurul Toyibah, Rina Destiana, Arina Almuna, and I myself. I am a team of the investigations, and we try to prepare more than one paper. And in this paper, my job is to make presentations. I assess my Ibu Rina, and why this research is interesting to investigate, because from the performance of Islamic insurance in Indonesia, the phenomenon of Sharia insurance we see from the performance published by the governments. There is an increase, increase and interest from the Sharia performance in Indonesia. We can see, for example, in 2019, and there are more than 62 companies. And then from the performance of the assets, we can see from the publishments, 41,000 billions in 2018 to 45 billions in 2019. And this youth performance, we try to investigate whether the improvement of the performance of the Sharia insurance is actually go in line with the Undang-Undang Syariah, or we call it as PSAK number 108, concerning to the accounting for Sharia insurance in Indonesia. And from the the phenomenon, we try to know further about how is the Sharia performance, Sharia insurance performance as indicated or performed by Sharia insurance in Cirebon. And from the interview, we like to share here. This is the design that we employed the study. The study actually preliminary study and using a case study to understand this phenomenon. And for this preliminary research, we visited Sharia insurance company named Sharia Life Insurance Jasa Mitra Abadi Tbk. The location is in Cirebon, West Java, Indonesia. And for this preliminary research, or from the beginning of the research, we try to conduct an interview. We try to interview the participants, and after conducting the interview, here we can the overall findings we can share here. That first of all, we focus on the Tabaru funds management, for the Tabaru funds management, and the the data represents that the participants share opinions that the Tabaru fund is Alhamdulillah running on or in line with the law Sharia, or we call it as PSAK number 108, regarding to the initial recognition of Sharia insurance transactions. So they assume and they they believe that their transactions is in line with the Sharia. This is from the investigation of the interview. And then we want to share another initial findings, that the policy of the management from the interview, it reveals that the management accordance with the all transactions, all the process of management, everything's deal with the participants. So the the enterprise, I means the limited or the company to not force the the participants to pay what they do not willingly to pay. So in conclusions, the policy of the transactions here of the Tabaru is in line with the Undang-Undang Syariah. And that is also, we can conclude here that the the enactments of the Sharia Tabaru transactions in PT Sharia Life Insurance Jasa Mitra Abadi Tbk in Cirebon, the enactment is Alhamdulillah in line with the Sharia law of PSAK number 108. This is since this is still in the beginning of the preliminary research. It took only in one site, so it needs more investigations, not only from the interviewing number of the participants, but also we need to actually visit and try to observe the document, because the documents, what is it? We want to, what is it? Explore further about the phenomenon of Sharia insurance in Indonesia. Okay, and this is all on the behalf of my team. So we want to say thank you for the party, what is in the committee from the MC. Thank you very much for the times. Thank you, and wait for some comments. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rina Destiana, Mr. Right, and then thank you, Meila Putri, Mr. Adenda Tarnadi. It's very interesting presentation. Since there were 3 presenters who have delivered their presentation, it's time to discussion session. Okay. Participants are permitted to deliver their question or idea personally by using the voice feature. If you want, guys. Okay, if not, from Maila Putri, Adenda, and Rina Destiana, I want to ask about, from your research, what suggestion can you give? You hear me? Hello?
Yeah, hello, Tess.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is from my device's low system resource.
From other SMEs. As for the jamu, the innovation of red includes many flavor, packaging, and types, some of which are directly packed in the bottle and in the form of instant powder. The marketing innovation with their food and beverage SMEs the same, using social media and making sales through e-commerce. Okay, thank you for the presentation. So we will call the next presenter.
Is and also better site. So this is testing here. Sorry, is testing. So here.
Bu Ida, maybe you're going to conclusion. Conclusion.
Okay, thank you. Twenty. Result of also employment in class 16 and 20. Yeah, the satisfaction, yeah. All the audience can, yeah, that's the situation, yeah. For students, for and and okay, Romi Teroro for giving me opportunity to present in the seminar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Indah. I'm pretty sure that there are already some of you who want to ask question or Prophet will accept. You can write them into the chat section.
Hello, Miss Effie, are you still there?
Research is included in survey research using a quantitative big market data. The sample obtained was
Hello, Miss Effie, I think you have a bad connection there. Maybe other friend can help to share screen and continue the presentation. Hello, maybe Miss Novika Erliana or Mustaki. Hello, Mbak Ervi, I think you have a bad connection there. Hello. Halo, Mbak Ervi, Miss Ervi.
Please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Can you see my? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we hear your voice, but your presentation, you can share it again.
Okay. I'm start in this point.
Okay.
Research methods is included in survey research using a quantitative approach. The population used is MSME hectares, 2,291 people. By using the solving formula, the sample obtained was 168 people. In this study, data can be obtained on the spot by collecting data by using a questionnaire distributed to respondents. The questionnaire consists of 30 questions which are arranged based on indicators of the variables that have been described. The questionnaire contains a statement that requires the respondent to choose an answer. The data analysis technique used include instrument testing like validity tests and reliability tests, prerequisite test analysis, normality tests, multicollinearity tests, and heteroscedasticity tests, and hypothesis testing, multiple linear regression analysis, t-test, and f-test. Instrument test. First, validity test. A question from the market. 9 questions from the market revitalization variable are declared valid. 6 questions from the venture capital variable are declared valid, and 15 questions from the business development variable are declared valid. All questions are counted greater than R table. The questionnaire that has been tested on 95 samples. It is known that the R table is 0.235 at an error level of 5%. Reliability test. From the result of the data above, it can be concluded that the variables of market revitalization, venture capital, and business development can be continued to the prerequisite test because they have a reliable status that has met the requirement. Normality test. From the above data, from the multicollinear can be seen that the tolerance value of the market revitalization variable is 0.928 greater than 0.10. Tolerance value of working capital variable is 0.928 greater than 0.10. Meanwhile, when viewed from the VIF value, the market revitalization variable is 1077 less than 10. The venture capital variable obtained a VIF value of 1077 less than 10. From this data, it can be concluded that there is no multicollinearity in the regression model. Okay, you can see the figure in here. The points are scattered between the number 0, number 0 on the y-axis evenly, which means that there are no symptoms of heteroscedasticity. See hypothesis testing, multiple linear regression analysis, and then second t-test. Market rate 0.1 less than 0.5 and a t-count value of 3.366 greater than t-table 1.97453. So it can be concluded that market revitalization has a positive and significant effects on business development. Second, business capital has a significance value of 0 less than 0.05 and a t-count value of 4.168 greater than t-table 1.97453. So it can be concluded that business capital has a positive and significant effects on business development. F-test based on revitalization and venture capital both have an effect on business development because the significance value is 0 less than 0.05 and the F count value is 19.517 greater than from F table 2.65. Discussion. First, The revitalization of the Ngawi big market has a positive and significant impact of business development. This means that the better the market revitalization, the better the business development. If revitalization is not carried out, the business will be difficult to develop. This is in line with research conducted by Ni Putu Eka Stutiari and Sudarsana Arka, 2019. That the income of traders increased after the revitalization of traditional markets in Bandung Regency. Second, business capital has a positive and significant effect on business development. This means that more business capital will increase business development. Vice versa, the lower the business capital, the lower the level of business development. This situation is similar to the research that has been carried out by Endang Purwanti 2012, that the research results show that capital has a positive and significant effect on business development. Third, market revitalization and business capital have a positive and significant effect on business development. And conclusion. First, market revitalization has a positive and significant impact on the business development of MSME actors in Ngawi Regency in 2021. Second, business capital has a positive and significant impact on the business development of MSME actors in Ngawi Regency in 2021. Three, market and business capital revitalization has a positive and significant impact on the business development of MSME actors in Ngawi Regency in 2021. Suggestion. First, market revitalization should not only be carried out in large markets but must be comprehensive in village markets. Second, business capital must continue to be increased because it is a major factor in business development. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your great attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Miss Adhi. So all of the presentations so interesting. So we have already 4 presenters who give the kind of such a lot of information. So it's time for question and answer session. So for all of you who interested to ask 1 or 2 or 3 for the article, you may to speak and also write on the chat room. Anyone to ask?
So the conclusion is from the hypothesis 1 until 7, all of that has positive and significant influence on variable that. After that, there is some suggestion from company. First of all is synchronizing the use of storytelling marketing, and number 2 is periodic monitoring. And then for the research, is a development may begin adding another factor that relate with storytelling marketing variable and can equity or other method in examining the influence or purchasing decision, so that the information obtained is more complete and reduce invalid data. There is some reference that I used in this research. I put this from journal, book, also from thesis and another media. Yeah, that's all for me. Thank you for your attention. After that, I back it to Mr. Wahyu. Thank you, Mr. Wahyu.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yohanes Wijaya. I'm pretty sure that there are already some of you who want to ask question or provide your insight. You can write them down in the chat section or the chat box. Okay, now let us invite our next presenter. we have Ms. Lutfiana Amiroh and Mr. Muhammad Azhari from STIE Widyawiwaha, and the title is Evaluation of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise Marketing Strategy During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Mr. Lutfiana Amiroh, are you ready?
Wait, Mr.
Okay. Okay, Miss Lutfiana Amiroh, you have 10 minutes. Time is yours.
Can I start?
Yes, of course.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Mahendra. I'm from the Store Management of STIE Yogyakarta. Before, thanks for this chance, I will presentation about my research. The title of Evaluation of MSMEI Marketing Strategy During the COVID-19 Pandemic, and the study on SMS Tofu Tuna Povasa Nafar Bahari Raya. Okay. The impact of spread of COVID-19 is felt by the world, including micro and small medium enterprises, or the often called is MSMI. As a result of spread of the COVID-19, many startup companies that has been gone out from their business. In this way, independent business sector or MSME player began to emerge and to maintain their survival. So I want claim related to the implementation to the impact of the case, and on my research I use a case study on Povasa Nafar Bahari Raya, which is engaged on culinary industry on tofu tuna. Next, from the theoretical basic. Next, for the theoretical basic, I use to type from the research method. Marketing strategy is a form of directed find in the field of marketing to obtain optimal result. Marketing strategies are divided into 3 types. First, undifferentiated marketing. Second, differentiated marketing strategy, and third, concentrated marketing strategy. In here, I use two type research method, and first marketing mix and second target marketing. For the marketing mix, the marketing mix is a set of tools that the company use to continuously achieve its marketing objective in the target market. For the target marketing, the target market or target, which is a group of the same, which is the company's target. From the research method, I got the result and discussion. Here I use data collection and data analysis. For the data collection, first I use interview, observation, and documentation. And for the data analysis, I use data reduction, data presentation, and conclusion or verification. Next, for the result and discussion. In here, we see what the purpose of my research, and the purpose of my research is to see how the strategy marketing of the Povasa Nafar Bahari Raya. And here in the research, we can claim of the strategy marketing or the Povasa Bahari Raya. Bahari Raya is number 1, product strategy development by paying attention to market needs and financial conditions to retain and increase consumers. In addition, the actor also registered their product at BPOM, SNI, SKP, and also held a certificate to be able to give consumer and sense of trust in the product production. Second, price strategy focusing on retaining existing customer because in the COVID-19 pandemic situation, people's purchasing activities in general have decreased, so to attract all customers. A price strategy is applied by providing discount for purpose of forecast of certain amount. The strategy number third, promotion strategy, and the first, advertising through social media. Second, testimonial or sample. Third, personal selling, and fourth, catalog on product. And the last, distribution strategy, the pembahasan of Raya, MSMA. Business wise is less strategy for retail sales because of its less strategy location, not with a crowd center or tourist attraction. However, it is not different to distribute product shipment due to access roads, because the initial purpose of this occasion was chosen for production aimed at the wholesale sales. Plus the conclusion, from the material we can get the conclusion, the marketing strategy implemented by pembahasan of Raya, ICEBESS in the form of a marketing mix consists of product strategy, price strategy, promotion strategy, plus or distribution strategy. And from this strategy, I can increase sales from even that it cannot be the same as the sales of as before the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, thank you for the attention. Before the end, any question?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lutfiana Amiro. We have the last presenter in this parallel session, Mr. Muhammad Ajun Subarkah.
Yes,
Okay. Okay, Miss Lutfiana, please stop the share screen. Okay, Mr. Muhammad Ajun Subarkah from STIA Widya Wiwaha, and the title is Analysis of the Influence of Online Marketing on Purchase Decision, Study on Student in the Special Region of Yogyakarta. Mr. Muhammad Ajun, you have 10 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you for the time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Adhi and I'm from Cahaya. The title, my presentation is Analysis of the Influence of Online Marketing on Purchase Decision, Study on Student in the Special Region of Yogyakarta. In this era of globalization, product purchase can be made online through the internet. Through the internet, buying and selling transactions could happen without having to meet directly with potential customers. Consumers are also free to choose and determine the products they want and which are considered the most profitable to influence consumer behavior and purchasing decision. Companies are required to create online marketing of products as attractive and efficient as possible to use and to attract customers. For example, fashion is the main need of every people. Through the online marketing, people will be easier to choose the products they want and in accordance with modern era. The purpose of this study is many Indonesian people and residents make purchases, so that the number of online stores in Indonesia is also increasing. And with the population of Indonesia, which is always increasing every year, it will support the online machines with a variety of conveniences provided in making purchase online. It makes it easier for prospective buyers to make decisions to buy goods as first, easy to find, Second, the information that can be obtained is easier and does not waste time and energy. And third, the number of alternatives, such as the number of online stores, that become a preference before buying. Fourth, windows of information and reference. And fifth, purchasers can reproduce the same item or item. This is a research method and research result. The study took a sample of 100 respondents using purposive sampling and it analyzing the data using descriptive and quantitative methods. The types and sources of data are primary data and secondary data. Data collection method is done by distributing questionnaires to respondents who buy online fashion products. And one variable operational definition. First, online marketing, and number two, by the buying decision. And data analysis technique, and first, validity test, and second, reliability, multiple linear regression analysis, statistic test, and coefficient of determination tests. Okay. Variable operational definition. On online marketing, in the study, the indicators as used in the measurement are one, conversions.
I'm sorry, Miss Lutfiana Amirah, please mute your speaker. Okay. You can continue, Mr. Muhammad Hajin.
Okay. Second, information, and third, less reduction and precision. In the buying decision, in the study, the indicators used as measurement are first, problem introduction, and second, information search, third, alternative evaluation, and fourth, buying decision, and fourth, post-purchase behavior. And it is data technical result, and one value test, and reliability test, simple linear regression, and test, and the last management test. Okay. Description is the result of the linear regression that show online marketing variable is X has a coefficient of 0.66 year, which means that if the online marketing variable element is increased by 1 point, it will be able to increase pricing decision by 0.660, while the constant value of 2.195 of the purchase decision is 2.195. Well, the value of R square or R2 is 0.619, which means that in the regression model, to explain the factors that influence pricing decisions can be explained by online marketing variable of 61.9%, and the remaining 38.1% is explained by other variables outside the independent variables in the study. Based on the research conducted, it can be called that the indicators of convenience information post-purchase behavior of having a significant effect to the consumer purchase decision. And the last is conclusion. And first, the result of the linear regression test show line marketing variable X has a coefficient of 0.660, which means that if the online marketing variable is increased in intensity by 1 point, it will be able to increase pricing decision by 0.660. And second, the value of R square or R2 is 0.619. This shows that the purchasing decision variable is influenced by online marketing variables by 61.9%, and the remaining 38.
Mr. Ajun. I think he has problem in the connection on side.
One item of job satisfaction statement. In reliability test, all variable result bigger than 0.60, and the measurement model like a very good level of CMI NGF 10467, cell I 0.926, CFI 0.937, and RMCAI 0.057. The result of hypothesis 1A, supervisor support has a positive effect on job satisfaction, is not supported. Hypothesis 1B, coworker support has a positive effect on job satisfaction, is supported. Hypothesis 1C, organizational support has a positive effect on job satisfaction, is not supported. Hypothesis 2, work-family arrangement, positive effect on job satisfaction, is supported. And hypothesis 3A, work-family enrichment will mediate between supervisor support and job satisfaction, is supported. Hypothesis 3B, work-family arrangement will mediate between coworker support and job satisfaction, is not supported. Hypothesis 3C, work-family arrangement will mediate between organizational support and job satisfaction, is supported. The limitation for future research, we can use age as a moderating variable to strengthen the influence between work support on job satisfaction and involving different sectors. Thank you.
Okay, you are welcome. Yeah, thank you, Ibu Indri. And this is a very interesting presentation. And the next presenter is Isnaini Nur Utami. Yes, Isnaini Nur Utami, time is yours.
Okay. Sorry, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, it is clearly.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, Miss. My name is Isnaini Nur Utami. I'm come from Yogyakarta State University. This time, I'd like to presentation a research group about implementations of online micro teaching in Department of Economic Education. This research was motivated by micro-teaching is one of the steps of strengthen and monitor the level of competence of prospective teacher students. Competencies are complex and are a whole that describe the potential, knowledge, attitude, and values that a person has in a particular profession about the part that can be actualized in the form of actions or performance to carry out the professions. During the pandemic, teachers face challenges related to how to teach using digital media, so an online teaching experience is needed.
Prospective teachers are required to have the ability to prepare lesson plans, master the implementations of learning, and master TPACK or technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge. Cultural shocks during this pandemic cannot be denied to be a problem in the learning process at all levels of educational units, including in universities. The Economic Education Study Program in Faculty of Economics organized micro-teaching activities too. In online micro-teaching, lecturers must change the way to monitor and evaluate the basic teaching skill practiced by prospective teacher students who are no longer able to take advantage of the complete teaching practice facilities and infrastructure available in micro-teaching laboratory room. Based on the background above, the study to explore the implementation of online micro-teaching in the Department of Economic Education is very, very interesting too. And this research is based on literature review as follows. First, micro-learning and teacher competence. Micro-learning is defined as a system that allows prospective teachers to develop his skill in applying certain teaching techniques. And second, learning media. This skill of using learning media aims to clarify the presentations of the message, overcome limitations of space, time, and sensory power, streamline the course of the learning process, and many others. And third, supporting factor and inhibitors of online micro-teachings. Supporting factor in online micro-teachings are the agreement of lecturers to do online micro-teaching and the adaptive awareness of lecturer and students to run micro-teaching with online. And the inhibitors for online micro-teachings are limited internet network infrastructure and many other. And fourth, the concept of online-based micro-teaching practice during the COVID-19 pandemic. The steps of micro-teaching practice are carried out through the planning stage in preparation for the implementation of micro-teachings practice, teaching providing feedback from the feedback provided by the observer or supervisor, students replan learning, reteach and provided feedback. And the last but not least, technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge. TPACK or technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge is an absolute must-have for teachers or prospective economic educators in this digital area. They must master the material or content, designing learning or pedagogical, and master technology in learning technological. Next, research method. This study uses a descriptive statistical approach with method by conducting a panel study on the three components of the learning process consisting of planning, process, and evaluation of output in micro-teaching course. The population in this study is economic education students who are currently taking micro-teaching course of 103 students. The data collection technique uses a questionnaire that's shared in the form of a Google form and delivered directly for the respondent. Next, research result. The results of this research are the student descriptions show that as many as 48.5% of students are interested in becoming teachers. This is show that some students have interested in becoming teacher. This is interest in one of the important capital for motivation to following micro teachings. And 68.9% of respondents live in rural areas, and 58.3% of respondents use internet connection source derived from private internet or quota purchases, and 65% of respondents have internet speeds that are in medium category, and the last 68% of respondents also using data packages from Ministry of Education and Culture to support learning activities. Next, the planning micro-teaching online show that the average number of micro-teaching activity planning at the study program level during 3 meetings always show an increase. This is shown an improvement from students after getting briefings, seeing learning from friends, and reflections. And the planning process micro-teaching activities is also inseparable from the role of student. Based on the results of the study show that 83.57% of students have already prepared a data package. This shows that students have prepared for this course by filling out data packets, so it is hoped that there will no problems when students practicing teachings. And 91.3% of students admitted that they had prepared material by utilizing books other than high school package books. And the implementation of online micro-teaching show that the 3 rounds of micro-teaching implementation, it show an increase in the average student assessment. This show an improvement from the first and second meetings. And most students, about 52% make preparation by reading economic learning lecture books. Meanwhile, other students read lecture material books. And this is the picture about TPAK, or technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge. Show that the average technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge score from meeting 1, 2, and 3 has increased. It shows that students who have high abilities after getting advice, reflection, and motivation for children become better aware to technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge skills. And evaluation from this research are from the lecture and student. From the lecture, there still has a preliminary coordination of online micro-teachings, whether the Zoom is self-made or has been made centrally. Quota is a big problem for students. The seriousness of student online and offline is different. Lecture cannot form student related to gesture. If done offline, they can be critical. And the personal relationship between lecturer and student is very limited. In fact, with a small number of 12 until 13, the personal relationship between lecturers and students should be more able to establish our class. And from the student, are expect learning by using offline, using various technologies and media. Lecturers should give signposts of micro-teaching learning. At the conclusion, first, the average of planning has increased. Second, the average value of learning implementation has increased. Third, evaluation of learning for study programs and UPPL related to online micro-teaching guidelines. There must be a preliminary coordination of online micro-teaching. There was no online lecture info, thus it is necessary to standardize online lectures. Quota is a big problem for students. Lectures cannot form student related to gesture. If done offline, they can be critical. At the time online learning, it is difficult to see the style of speech and gesture, the personal relationship between lecturer and student is very limited. And last but not least, the average TPAK, or technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge from 1, 2, and 3 has increased. Okay, this is from me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Isnaini Nur Utami. Since there were 3 presenters who has delivered
Based on background, the research question: 1. How is the description of business sustainability, sustainable entrepreneurial commitment, sustainable entrepreneurial competencies of SMEs in West Java? 2. How is the influence of entrepreneur business commitment? And 3, how is the influence of entrepreneurial business commitment? Research. Okay, next. And then the third section is literature review. The theoretical basis used in this research is sustainable human resource management. And then the fourth section is research method. Method cross-section population. The subject of this research in the honor of the fish and salted fish processing business in West Java. Sample size 209 fish and salt business owners. Sample technique, non-probability sampling, and data analysis, AMOS. And the 5th section is a result and discussion, consists of descriptive result and inferential result. The first descriptive result in business sustainability, which measured by 3 dimensions: economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. The highest score of economic sustainability, ability to meet the market share, while the lowest is reduce the cost production. The highest score of social sustainability, level of participation in community, while the lowest is safety employee. The highest score of environmental sustainability, efficiency in the use of raw material, while the lowest is the use of auxiliary material. Entrepreneurial sustainable commitment consists of 3 dimensions: manage waste, carbon emission, and water efficiency. The highest score of managed waste use alternative energy, while the lowest is use the technology. The highest score of carbon emission, low emission machines, while the lowest is find the low machine. The highest score of water efficiency is efficiency in use clean water, and while the lowest is efficiency in water usage. Entrepreneurial sustainable competencies consists of 5 dimensions: strategic action competencies, diversity competencies, foresight competencies, normative competencies, and interpersonal competencies. The highest score of strategic action competencies is optimization resource, while the lowest is skilled in developing business strategies. The highest score of diversity competencies is relationship with customer, while the lowest is understand with suppliers. The highest score of foresight competencies, skilled in collaboration with rival, while the lowest is skilled in building relation at suppliers. The highest score of normative competencies is understand a safe work environment for employees, while the lowest is skilled in producing products that are safe for customer. The highest score of interpersonal competencies, skilled in communicating with employee, while the lowest is skilled in participating in reducing waste. According to data processing by using SAM AMOS, the output is here. Next. The inferential result and hypothetical testing reveal that business sustainability effect 0.66 by sustainable commitment and 0.68 by sustainable competencies. This discussion section reveal that the effect of sustainable.
Excuse me, Mr. Adhika, you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay. The effect of sustainable commitment and sustainable competencies on business sustainability is based on the theory of generic competencies, which sets the employee competencies, affect employee performance, and affect organizational performance. In addition, building business sustainability is built by element of human resource management, supported by the concept of sustainable human resource management in Ahmed 2014, which states the importance of element of human resource management as the main key in achieving business sustainability. Previous research states that sustainability commitment affect business sustainability in line with the above understanding in the business guide for entrepreneurs, Darlington Business Venture, specially outlines that the entrepreneur commitment is the willingness to make personal sacrifice, touch, long haul, and loss of leisure time. And the last of this part is conclusion. The conclusion is sustainable commitment is indicated by a relatively high commitment to reduce the amount of waste carried out by optimizing the inventory of goods, but employees are relatively low in reducing waste from managing sustainable competencies indicated by better abilities in to motivate worker, cooperate with similar business, competent is predicting business risk, understanding the principle of fair wage, and competencies is adapting to social activities. This sustainability competencies support the creation of business sustainability with the ability to formulate strategies, establish good relationships with stakeholders, the ability to predict risk and manage the internal business. The result of data processing reveal that sustainable commitment and sustainable competencies have a partial and simultaneous effect on business sustainability. For your attention and time, thank you. Nis, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Mr. Adhika Sulaiman. Now for any presenters and participants present in this room, you have any comments, questions, or insights that you want to share with your fellow presenters, your fellow researchers or academics? Very well. If there isn't any, maybe for the last part of our presentation, I'd like to provide some my own personal insights. Actually, it's quite short. The three last articles presented in this section actually quite good. I say they are good, very good. Yeah. Article-wise, they are very, very good. But I may have some advices that I can, not exactly advice, like my insights from personal experience. But two main issues actually. The first one is the novelty of your study. So when I realized that when you make your hypothesis development, you already mentioned the research gap. However, I think it's very important to emphasize the novelty, especially in the introduction section. It's like the general. So when you're building hypothesis development, you found your research gap, it's the detailed ones. However, in introduction, I think it's very important to put the novelty of your research in general. So it will make other people and other researchers and fellow academics to be interested in your study, and they want to read your article further. That's for the three articles. And for the other, for the second one, I think it's it's about the suggestions or the advice. Most of us, I also do something similar. We provide advice like for future research. I think it is good to add another variable and that kind of advice. But I found that now most journals and most publication media, they want an applicable advice. So what is the use of this study for society? For example, if your study, maybe for academics and researchers, it's quite obvious. They can continue your study, maybe add another variables. But what of, let's say, the students? What of the teachers? And what of governments? What of the teachers? What kind of use they have for your study? So it's something like an applicable advice. I found that now most journals, especially the highly reputable journals, they ask you to provide a long explanations of the applicable advice. So I think that it's quite an important point that if you are interested to publish your articles in good and highly reputable journals, you can provide the good advices and the good novelty. It will improve your chance to be accepted. I think that's all for me. If any kind of you want to have feedback or maybe kind of comments before I close this session. Okay, no one. Okay, that I think very well. That's this discussion sessions ends our parallel presentation of ICEBESS and ACoMC 2022. As the chairperson of the sessions and also as a representative of the committee, I would like to thank you for your participations. We would welcome any advice to help us improve the next events. I hope that we can see you again in the ICEBESS and ACoMC 2023. Thank you very much. So much and see you.
Tes, 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 kecil, tes, tes, tes. Sudah. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference of Ethics, Business and Social Science, in conjunction with Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2022 is end. All presenters, participants can leave this room. See you on ICEBESS and ACoMC 2023 and thank you.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, alhamdulillah acara hari